by all members, and a speaker who will distribute opportunities to all, and a very generous speaker like Honorable Ssemujju Nganda. Honorable Ssemujju Nganda will not personalize the institution of Parliament, and every member of Parliament will find comfort in working with him. He will be a speaker for every member of Parliament, and he promises to handle disagreements with the colleague MPs and subordinates in the most professional and dignified manner. Article 79 of the Constitution assigns you, members of Parliament, a duty to make laws for peace, order, development, and good governance. The same article orders Parliament to promote democracy. The last Parliament, we have witnessed that a number of human rights abuses have happened, and of recent, during the recent elections, a number of our supporters, NUP and FDC supporters, were arrested on the orders of one of the presidential candidates, Mr. Yoweri Tuguhabura. They are still languishing in prison. Parliament, whose duty is to promote democracy, has made no significant interventions under Honorable Ssemujju Ibrahim Nganda. Promotion of democracy in this country will be prioritized. The person I'm presenting to you, Honorable Ssemujju Nganda, is a member of Parliament representing...
Just a moment, Honorable Member, just a moment. The rule of Parliament, as I remember, is that you do not clap like in a political rally. You thump your foot on the ground.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for that guidance. They have stamped. You hear them? Honorable Ssemujju Ibrahim Nganda is a member of Parliament representing Kira municipality and was duly sworn in on the 20th Thursday last week. He is a member of the 11th Parliament and therefore qualifies under Article 82 of the Constitution to chair this Parliament as Speaker. He is a member of the Forum for Democratic Party, a party he also speaks for as other duties. Honorable Ssemujju Nganda has a family. He was born and he has also given birth to so many people in this country. He was born in Bijaba village, Chazanga sub-county, Bukoto West constituency in Rwengo on the 23rd September 1973 during President Idi Amin's time. He is 47 years old. Rengo, where he was born, he used to be part of Masaka, but now it is a district. He is a son of Haji Ali Nganda Nkwanga of Ungo clan and Hajat Sophia Naroga of Mutima clan.
You have 2 minutes.
Honorable Ssemujju
8 minutes.
Is a married man, Your Lordship, married to Miss Farida Babide Ssemujju and a proud father of 7. He studied and is learned from Bijaba Islamic Institute for his primary and Masaka Secondary for O and A levels, where he emerged as the best student. So we are lucky to have a best student in this country chairing our Parliament with dignity. He came to Makerere University for a Bachelor's of Arts in Mass Communication degree in 1995 and graduated in 1998. He also added on other education in Oslo University of Norway for a short course in media and democracy. He has been teaching journalism in Islamic University of Uganda, IUIU, and he has worked for Daily Monitor and The Observer, where he was director. As a journalist, he has always cried loud for the respect for humanity and democracy in this country. He has talked so much about how good governance should be and how a good parliament should be run when he was a journalist. Ssemujju, the parliamentarian, has chaired some committees since joining 10 years ago as an FDC member. He chaired Committee of COSASE, and as chairperson for COSASE, Commission Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises, COSASE, he used to do so much a wonderful job for this country by reclaiming so much from enterprises and even taking accountable to those who were doing the mischief to this country. In 2016,
Honorable Member, conclude.
I'm concluding.
Yes.
In 2016, Honorable Ssemujju Ibrahim Nganda became the Chief Opposition Whip, a position he has held till yesterday when he joined the new Parliament, and he has done a wonderful job to us as Parliament by serving Parliament. Honorable members, That is the distinguished son of Uganda, a person of impeccable integrity that I present to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
Secondment, any secondment, and then use the opportunity if you wish to say anything in no more than 2 minutes.
My Lordship, His Excellency, honorable members of Parliament, the staff of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atan Okia Moses, the Member of Parliament representing the people of Soroti East Division in Soroti City on the ticket of Forum for Democratic Change. I move under Rule 5, Sub-Rule 10, to second the nomination of Semuju Ibrahim as a Speaker for the 11th Parliament. I support this nomination premised on the doctrine of separation of powers. The three arms of government, the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive. The executive proposes bills, proposes policies, and the legislative passes them, and the executive implements them. The legislative appropriates, and the executive implements the budget. In the current Parliament, in the Constitution, I move under Article 79 for the good governance of this country. There is a need for separation of powers. There is also a need to improve the oversight function of Parliament. It's on record under the Administration of Parliament Act that the accountability committees are under the mandate of the minority. And it's on that basis that I move and do support the nomination of Semuju Ibrahim for Speaker, and I strongly believe he will steer the doctrines of separation of power and ensure the oversight of Parliament. I thank you very much.
Honorable Member, thank you.
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable members of Parliament, the staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chisa Stephen Bakubalwayo, the Member of Parliament of Luuka South County Constituency and the Chairperson of the NRM of Luuka South County. Honorable members of Parliament, I have the honor and the privilege to move a motion under Rule 5, subsection 9, Sub-Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure that the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, District Woman Member of Parliament, do take the chair of this Parliament as the Speaker. I beg to move.
Can you speak in no more than 8 minutes about Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, whom you've nominated?
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, I thank the Almighty God for this maiden sitting of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, which sitting is also determining the leadership of our Parliament. Distinguished colleagues, members of Parliament, of the three arms of government, it is only Parliament that represents the voice of the voiceless. It is the Parliament that represents the downtrodden the less privileged, the underprivileged, and the unknown segments of society. It is therefore important that the people of Uganda, through their elected representatives, should be given an opportunity to determine the leadership of Parliament. It is our considered view that the candidate who will champion the cause of the people of Uganda is the Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga. The Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga was born on 24th May 1956. Today is 24th May. This is a very strong day for her. As you are seated there, we have a baby in this house that you are supposed to shower with gifts to congratulate Right Honourable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. This is the birthday, and whoever chose this sincerely chose the right day for the right person. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga has Masters in Women's Law from the University of Zimbabwe. She has a postgraduate diploma, first class, Women's Law, University of Zimbabwe. She has a certificate in French, so she has the ability to chair in English and in French. She has a postgraduate diploma in legal practice at the Law Development Center, Kampala. Honorable members, she holds a Bachelor of Laws degree, Makerere University. The person I'm nominating today, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, is the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, elected for a second term in May 2016. This is the third position in the hierarchy of the national leadership in Uganda, after the President and the Vice President. She is an advocate of the courts of judicature in Uganda, having been enrolled in 1982. She holds a master's degree in law, as I've mentioned, and the first woman to establish a law firm in Uganda, Kadaga and Company Advocates, in 1984. The Right Honourable Kadaga Rebecca is a highly experienced person. She has served as a legislator for an uninterrupted period of 27 years, as a woman member of Parliament for Kamuli District since 1989, as a National Resistance Council member. In the 27 years, she was a backbencher for 7 years. In 1996 to 1998, she was elevated and appointed Minister of State for Regional Cooperation. In 1998-99, Minister of State in charge of Transport. 1999-2001, Cabinet Minister in charge of Parliamentary Affairs. On matters of Parliamentary Affairs, she is knowledgeable. In 2001-2011, she was the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. And 2011 to date, she is the Speaker of Parliament. Very exposed in parliamentary affairs. On the international perspective, honorable members, colleagues, she has been the president of the Interparliamentary Union Africa region from 2016 to 2017. A chairperson of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians 2014-2016. Vice chairperson of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians 2009 to 2014. She was an executive committee member of the Interparliamentary Union, representing the African region and the chairperson of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Africa region. And in this fora, she campaigned for the women emancipation in politics, women emancipation, and governance in many regions of the Commonwealth. Has presented many papers on women's rights, youth emancipation, social and economic justice.
2 more minutes.
I thank you, Your Lordship. Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga was the first woman in Uganda to hold the office of Speaker. And this honor alone guarantees the success of this country and has received many awards in appreciation of her work. In 2013, she received the Golden Jubilee Award by the President of Uganda, who is the brother to Right Honorable Rebecca Aitwala Kadaga. In 2014, she received the Grand Officer of the Republic of Benin from the President of Benin in recognition of her work as a woman empowerment campaigner. An award for African Speaker of the year 2018 was given to her by the London Political Summit. An award of a doctorate of law by Nkumba University on 26th October 1919. She is now a doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, other distinguished responsibilities, she has ever been a secretary of East African Women Parliamentary Association, a president of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, in Uganda, founding chairperson, University Council, Mbara University of Science and Technology, founding chairperson of Busoga University Council, a campaign of the eradication of female genital mutilation in Uganda and Africa, an advocate of human rights and social justice at the Commission on the Status of Women, UN panels, Pan-African Parliament, the East African region, and at the Conference of Women Speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, she has held the office of chairperson of IPU, IGAD, Women's Caucus.
Conclude.
I'm concluding, Your Lordship. She has prepared the establishment of the Certificate of Gender Equity, the first in the world, recently recognized by the UN International Women's Day. Honorable members, she is the first woman to establish a law firm in Uganda and a patron of the youth, Go Green, a campaign of the girl child for women's rights in Uganda and in Africa, a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, President designate. You are aware of that.
Thank you so much. Can we have the seconder? You are now repeating yourself. You are in the 9th minute. And I want to be fair to everybody. You are not speaking anymore. Your time is up.
Your Lordship, His Excellency, the beloved President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable members of Parliament, I stand under Rule 5, Sub-Rule 10, to second Honorable Alitwara Rebecca Kadaga, woman member of Parliament, Kamuli District, on NRM ticket, and the Vice Chairperson for the Mighty Party, the National Resistance Movement in the Republic of Uganda.
Can you give your name also?
Your Lordship, I'm called Matthew Geoffrey. I am the Member of Parliament for Busia Municipality, Independent, and NRM Lending.
Now you can speak for no more than 2 minutes about the candidate you're seconding.
Your Lordship, I've come to second Honorable Alitwara Rebecca Kadaga because of point number 1, she's a brand of the women, not only in Uganda, but in the whole world, in Africa and Uganda at large. His Lordship and honorable colleagues, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, being a Speaker of this Parliament, has emancipated and empowered the women of this country and also strengthened all political parties in this country to know that women are now at the front line of the leadership of this country. Secondly, His Lordship and my beloved colleagues, Honorable Alitwara Kadaga, as you heard the nominator read her profile, she has built an international image that even other countries are really admiring. That's why I second her and request you, honorable colleagues, that we should not lose this opportunity, because the Commonwealth countries are looking for people with this capacity, with these profiles are not there. But Honorable Alitwala has it. That's why I pledge to my honorable colleagues that I second this mighty lady. Honorable Alitwala Kadaga is a member of Parliament of Kamuli, but in her work as a speaker, she is a woman who loves visiting every part of the country to listen to the voice of the vulnerable people of Uganda. And through her leadership and her style of governing Parliament, many petitions have been brought on the floor of Parliament concerning the vulnerable people, and this has helped a lot our people in this country and also our party to make sure that it is a mighty party. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Alitwala Kadaga is a committed worker. That is why she has been a constant supporter of her political party. That since she started working in leadership of the National Resistance Movement, she has never wavered at all. She has moved with the party, and I'm so proud when I heard the nominator, and I also agree and believe that when she goes through, all political parties in this country are going to have a speaker who will balance, who will not be biased at all. Honorable members,
conclude.
As I conclude, Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, as you heard her profile, I second her because of her knowledge in parliamentary governance. She's a lady who has been in there for Parliament. She has mastered how to coordinate, how to link, and how to administer without bringing a grudge between all organs of government. And through his leadership, we have seen tremendous growth, good democracy, and growth in our country. And that is why I don't doubt when our beloved president calls her sister.
Honorable member.
As I finish, your lordship.
Will you please conclude, honorable member? You're going into the 10 minutes.
As I conclude, his lordship.
In 1 sentence.
In 1 second, I second Alitwala Kadaga by saying that she's the best choice that Uganda wants now.
Thank you. Other nominations, please. As I said, it's not possible to see every member of parliament. If you are nominating anyone, just walk forward, and whoever is seconding also follows, and then we continue.
My Lord the Chief Justice, my name is Basali Rasman, MP Bugiri Municipality. I move a motion that the nominations be closed, my Lord.
Secondment.
My Lord, my name is Gilbert Olanya. I second that nomination be closed.
That being the case, can I ask, in the order of their nomination, Honorable Jacob Olanya, Honorable Semujin Ganda, and Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, each, and in 1 sentence, whether they accept these nominations which have been seconded. The rules do not provide for you to campaign, just accept or decline. I said no clapping unless my ears are playing games on me. You just stamp your feet down.
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency the President, honorable members. I, Jacob Olanya, Member of Parliament for Moro County, do hereby consent to my nomination to be Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Can Honorable Semuji?
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, colleagues, members of Parliament, my name is Semju Ibrahim. I represent Chira Municipality and I'm here to consent to my nomination.
Thank you very much. Honorable Rebecca Kadaga.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, distinguished members of Parliament, I, Rebecca Aritwara Kadaga, do hereby consent to the nomination for the post of Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Can the agent, each of the candidates' agent, one per nominated contestant for the office of Speaker, come forward as we proceed into the electoral process now.
But when the clerk has symbolized after, as you read the first name, to empty the box.
Yes. Do we have agents, the agent for Honorable Jacob Olanya? No, you have to mention your name. You know, everything is going to be above board, so that the members know the agent is a member of Parliament, not somebody from Owino Market.
Your Lordship, Your Excellency, my name is Margaret Muhanga Mugisa. I am the Member of Parliament for Fort Portal North Division in Fort Portal City. I am the agent for Honorable Olanya, the winner.
The agent for Honorable Ibrahim Semuju. Can they organize chairs, because you'll be sitting down for quite some, can they organize chairs for you here? You'll be seated for quite a while.
Mr. Chair, Your Lordship, I am Sewanyana Alan Aloysius, a Member of Parliament for Makindye West constituency in Kampala, capital city. I am the agent for the next Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Ibrahim Semuju Nganda.
Thank you. The agent for Honorable Rebecca Kadaga.
Your Lordship, my name is Naiga Gamariam. I'm the woman MP in Namutumba District, and I'm the official agent for the Right Honorable Rebecca Aitwara.
Thank you so much. Can we proceed? The next one is examination of the ballot. I think the three agents, please move near. The ballot box is here in front of everybody. It will be emptied. Can the officials of Parliament please
Ababiko Jessica.
Yes, procedure. I hear procedure. Yes.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, my name is Richard Lumu from Mitiana South. Rule 14, Rule 14, Rule 5, Sub-Rule 14. A, the clerk shall ascertain the number of members present before voting commences. The person presiding shall cause to be produced one ballot box and cause to be demonstrated the fact that it is empty. Before, my Lord, the box is produced, the number of Member of Parliament present must be ascertained first.
That has actually been done. Madam Clerk, can you please mention the number of the numbers of members present today? Do you need to go? Honorable members, the clerk to Parliament has established a number of 320 members of Parliament present in the House today as we speak. Anyhow, can we have order, please, so that I don't have to speak 3 times? Anyhow, the names are going to be called out loudly, singly. The name will be called, you'll come, the members will know that the person who is coming is truly A. You'll vote, go through the voting process in the gaze of everyone until the end. If there is anybody whose name will not be called, they can then raise their voice and say, I've not had my name, so I've not voted. I don't know if this answers your concern. Yes, yes, please.
Thank you, my Lord. The interpretation of this rule, my Lord, is that our names must be called out. That's the ascertaining. The clerk cannot ascertain her names on her own. I must say that I'm present. That will give those who are absent and those who are present. That is the ascertaining in this rule. That's the import of this rule, my Lord. So my prayers are, all my prayer is, my Lord, let the names be called.
Honorable Member, what is the purpose of registration?
My Lord, I don't know whether...
Is it a ritual or does it serve the purpose?
I pray, my Lord, that let us ascertain the names of members of parliament. And moreover, we are new here.
Fine.
By being known, calling one by one. That's why I moved with
Thank you,
my Lord.
Thank you. It cost us nothing to read out these names so that we are all contented that who comes here to vote is actually present. So, Madam Clerk, would you like to read out the names of each of the members present? Well, we will only know if they are present. We'll call out all names. Those who are present will say we are present or not. Are you raising another point? Okay.
My Lord, I seek your guidance. My name is Basali Rasman of Ujiri Municipality. As we are seated here, people are continuously arriving in the house. I am not so sure whether the approach we seek to adopt will cure the provisions in the rules.
You want us to wait until 6?
No, my Lord.
What is your purpose?
The guidance I seek from you is whether after the closure of the ascertainment by the clerk, those who come after that ascertainment will be considered for purposes of voting.
Further guidance, further procedure.
Honorable Member Cecilia, but to answer, just a moment, to answer the Honorable Member for Bugiri Municipality, if a member comes... Just a moment, Honorable Member. If a member comes when the voting process is still ongoing, they will vote, as long as they are members. Yes.
Chair, what I observe is the difficulties of blocking further entry and exit. At the moment, all the doors are open and porous. I would rather suggest that we put in place some mechanism to stop entry inside the premises at the moment until we finish, because otherwise we cannot ascertain the number. It will keep shifting. So I don't know how the clerk can implement that procedure, because you can see people are entering from all sides.
Honorable Member, Honorable Cecilia, this is simple. This is what we are going to do. The clerk to Parliament is going to call out your names. You'll respond, it will be ticked, and that is the order by which those who are being asked to come and vote will be determined. If after that, a member of Parliament says, look, I came after the names were called, but I am here, I would like to vote, we'll decide. But for the voting, those who are present at the time of calling out the names, who will vote? There is no voting by proxy or by remote control. You must be physically here. Yes, Honorable Member? I think somebody had come before you, but it's okay. Yeah, raise your point.
For record, I am Sekavida Dennis, Katika North MP, and I am in disagreement with the honorable member. I just want to reassert that as long as a member appears on the register.
The chair ruled on that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Most obliged.
Your Excellency and my Lord, the Chief Justice, honorable members, I know the proclamation has been made that we are now in Parliament. I also know that ascertaining names would be subject to various interpretation. It's not strict interpretation. There is practice that has been before. I see some difficulty in the procedure that we may adopt. If we are going to do a roll call to ascertain the names, my Lord, I do not know how much time we are prepared to spend here, but the Parliament we have here today is different from what we've been having before at the chambers. My Lord, at the chambers, one would get up and the microphone would be right in front of him or her. I am seeking further guidance, and I believe you are making the ruling on that would provide better guidance, further guidance, with regard that either the person who comes, they call your name out, you come to go and vote, you first come here to say you are present. Otherwise, to first ascertain the names and then begin the voting process. My Lord, I seek your guidance on how much time we have.
The 24th of May this year is the day set aside for the election of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Parliament.
Thank you, my Lord. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and distinguished members of Parliament, I propose that we use the system my colleague has just mentioned, that you come, you mention your name, the name should correspond to your national ID, which we are told to come with, so that we expedite this process. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, my Lord Chief Justice. The rule provides that the clerk shall ascertain the number of members present. There are just two key points. The first is who ascertains, and that's the clerk. The second is the number of members present. We're not bothered about those that are not present. My view is simple. It is about the clerk ascertaining and telling us the numbers present, and we proceed with business. May you guide us. Thank you.
Can the clerk to Parliament please read out the names of those present? And when your name is read, please, from wherever you have, can we have order? Can we have order from the agents before you're disqualified? Yes. We have in the House, as it has been ascertained by the Clerk of Parliament, 320 members present and ready to vote. Can we have the clerk read out those names? This one the chair had already decided. If you know a name has been read, this is how we'll proceed. Be attentive, honorable members, please be attentive. The names will be read out. Two things. If at the end your name is not read out, you let us know. If at the end a name other than someone whom you know is read as a member of Parliament, you can raise it. So that there's no interruption, just read out the names of those who are present and are going to vote.
Ababiku Jessica.
Just continue, read out the names. They're supposed to take note. No, they don't respond. Just, they can stand up and sit down. That is okay. Just continue reading out the names.
Abeja Susan Jolie. Aber Lilian. I can't see. Abigaba Cuthbert Birembe. Abgori Kunhira Agnes. Achan Joyce Okeny. Achen Docas. Acheng Jane Ruth Ochelo. Achan Judith Peace.
Something small.
After the names have been read, I will listen to procedure.
My Lord,
I have overruled you. They're going to read out the names. If you have anything to raise after the clerk has read out the names. Otherwise, we shall not proceed. Everybody wants it their way. It is done the way the chairman decides. After they've read out the names, you can raise whatever you want to raise. Yes.
Thank you, my Lord.
They have not read out the names. I have not allowed you. I've said after the names have been read out, you can raise whatever you want to raise. They're going to read out the 320 names. It was requested by you. So for the sake of transparency, please, we have not come here for procedure. We have come here to elect the Speaker of Parliament. And a decision has got to be made by the chair.
Your Lordship. Procedure, my Lord. Your Lordship, they are still doing accreditation. We are going to look out over 200 people.
That's what you think. Let us read out the names first, and we know who the 320 are. The chair was very clear. If after the reading of the name, your name is not read, then you can raise it, but not to begin speculation.
Procedure, my Lord.
There is no procedure.
Achayo Juliet. Achia Remigio. Acheng Jane Opend. Acheng Sarah Opendi. Achibu Agnes. Achiro Pasca Menya. Achom Joan Alobo. Achola Nancy. Acrobat Chiza Moses. Adeke Ann Ebajo, Adirwa Abudu, Adowa Helen, Adome Francis Lorika, Adrico Yovan, Ayeku Patrick, Afidra Olema Ronald, Afoyochan Esther, Agaba Isa, Agasha Juliet Bashisha, Akamba Paul, Akampura Prosim Babazi, Akero Beatrice Akol, Akero Christine, Akero Ruse, Akero Rose Lily, Akena James Michael Jimmy, Akoro Anthony, Akola Maxwell Obong Patrick, Akugizibwe Ale de Ronald, Akumu Catherine Mavengina, Alanyo Jennifer, Aleper Margaret Achira, Aleper Moses, Alero Tom Aza, Ali Moses, Alion Yorke Odria, Alum Santa Sandra Ogwang, Arupo Jessica Loz Eper, Ariek Judith, Amede Agnes, Amero Susan, among Anita Annette, among Betty Ongom, Angula Frederick, Anyakun Esther Davinia, Anuare Rike Richard, Egon Cyrus, Aoro Beto Chan, Aporo Yer Ofono, Aporot Christine, Aporot Stella Isodo, Arinete Lauben, Arinete Wakajara, Asaba Nsaimana Paul, Asamu Helen Grace, Asera Stephen, Asimwe Florence Akik, Asimwe K. Enos, Asimwe Musime Moli, Atim Agnes Apea, Atim Ogwal Cecilia Babla, Atim Jackson Lee Buti, Atano Kia Moses, Atugonza Alan, Atkwasa Rita, Atuto Jacinta, Atkwachile Catherine Damira, Atkuichile Dan, Atianga Stera, Auma Helen Wandera, Auma Ken, Auma Linda Agnes, Avako Melissa Naima Gure, Avur Jen Pachuto, Awany Tony, Awas Sylvia Vicky, Awich Jen, Aor Betty Angola, Ayebade Margaret, Ayo Jennifer Narkwago, Ayo Tony, Ayume Charles, Batom Ben Koryang, Baba James Boliba, Bagara Joyce Ntwatwa, Wagiri Agre Henry, Bahat David, Wahireira Tumwekwase Sylvia, Wainababo Charite, Wainamusha Jane Kabajungu, Baka Stephen Mugabi, Bakireke Namboza Betty, Wakavurinde Charles, Warimwezo Ronald Nsubuga, Wanjilana Anfa Kaoya, Warjomus Chris, Wasalirwa Asman, Watalinga ya Basil Rwankwene, Batu wa Timothy Rusala, Waiga Michael Philip Rulume, Webona Babu Josephine, Begumisa Mary, Boka Didi George, Vijirgwa Nora Nyanwoha, Winji Patrick Nyanzi, Wiraro Ephraim Ganshanga, Vika Lawrence Songa, Bright Tom Amot, Ukenya Michael Iga, Usinge Harriet, Usinge Joab, Usinge Victoria Rusoke, Usinge Penina Kabingani, Butime Tom Atenyi, Uturo Nsaba, Bwanika Abedi, Gire Sanoni Nadeva, Byakatonda Abdur, Byamukama Fred, Byamukama Nuru Joseph, Byanyima Nathan, Byarugaba Alex Bakunda, Chelaini Betty Louke, Chelangat Alinga Solomon, Chelimo Leuben Paul, Chemaswet Abdi Fadir Sosi, Chemonges William, Chemutai Evelyn, Chemutai Phyllis, Cheptor Sam Mangusho, Chorkut Rose Emma, Briwalu Jennifer, Ebuaru Jonathan, Echwer Musa Francis, Edakas Alfred Elalu Olale, Ekanya Joffre, Ekudo Thomas Julius, Erotu Cosmas, Erueru Peter, Emigo Julius, Esenu Anthony Arden, Etuka Isaac Joaquino, Ezama Selaj Blahan, Feta Joffre, Gafabusa Richard Muhumza, Gidudu Mwafabi Dominic, Gume Frederick Ngobi, Hashim Sulaiman, Igeme Nathan Nabeta Samson, Ikojo John Bosco, Isabije David Iga, Isabije Idi, Isamat Abraham, Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa, Ismail Muhammad Lomar, Kala Kevin Ojinga, Kaya Christine Nakimwero, Kabahenda Flavia Rwabuhoro, Kabanda David, Kabashara Naomi, Kabugo Florence, Kabura Derek, Kabusu Moses, Kabuye Frank, Kadaga Rebecca, Kafuz Jackson Karugaba, Kagabo Twa Hamze, Kahunde Helen, Kajrenje Twinamugisha Wilson, Kakemba Michael, Kamara Jordan Zaimana, Kamara Nicholas Tadias, Kamateneti Jocelyn, Kambale Ferigo, Kamugo Pamela Nasio, Kamukama Benjamin, Kamukama Davis, Kamuntu Moses, Kamusime Caroline, Kangwaja Stephen Wakanuma, Kankunda Amos Kibita, Kanushu Lola, Kanyika Leonard Evans, Karubanga David, Karubanga Jacob Atenyi, Kaseja Matia, Kaseja Stephen Kagwera, Kasoro Robert, Katabazi Francis Katongore, Katali Roy, Kataliwa Donald Jowazire, Katenye Isaac, Kateshunga Dixon, Kato Muhammad, Katuntu Abdu, Katsabe Godfrey, Katsimi Anet Mujisha, Katkwesi J. Oliver Koyechenga, Kauma Sauda, Kavuma Sam, Kawadia Abubeka, Kayagi Sara Netalisire, Kayanga Baroda, Kayemba Geoffrey Solo, Kayogera Yona, Kayondo Fred, Kazibwe Bashir Mbazira, Kemirembe Pauli Nichaka, Kesande Grace Watalingaya, Kibaju Naomi, Chibarja Henry Morris, Chiza Kenneth Nyenwoha, Chinobere Herbert Tom, Kinchawa Patience Nkunda, Chintu Alex Blandon, Chilaba Agnes, Chirumira Hassan, Chisa Stephen Wakuwarwayo, Kisembo Wasemla Noerin, Chitanyo Sowedi, Chitutu Meregoret Muchimono, Kiwanuka Abdallah, Kiwanuka Kefa, Kiaga Hilary Innocent, Koro Joseph Andrew, Komakech Christopher, Komor Emmanuel, Komor Joseph Midi, Kubeketeria James, Kugonza Emery, Kwinihira Faith Firo, Kwizera Edward Gahungu, Kwizera Paul, Chakuraga Fred Wino, Chebakutika Manjeri, Chobe Ruke Inyensko, Choma Xavier Kampulira, Choto Ibrahim Mururi, Lagen David, Laker Sharon Barmoy, Lamwaka Catherine, Lamwaka Margaret, Leku Joel, Lematia John, Lematia Ruth Mole Ondolu, Linda Irene, Lochap Peter Ken, Lokeris Teko Peter, Loki John Baptist, Loki Peter Abrahams, Lokolo Albert, Lokwang Hilary, Lokwang Phillips Irukor, Loremu Mika Akasire, Lubega Bashir Sempa, Lubega Medad Segona, Lugorobi Amos, Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi, Luchamus David Kadwanga, Lumu Richard Kizito, Rutaya Geoffrey, Rutamaguzisema Kura Paulson Kasana, Ruanga Jime, Macho Geoffrey, Magogo Moses Hasim, Magoro John Faith, Magora Rachel Miriel, Makoha Margaret, Malende Shamim, Mamawi James, Maneno Zumula, Masaba Karim, Masika Apollo, Masiko N. Henry, Matofu Charles, Mawanda Michael Malanga, Mayanja Alan, Mbabas Jennifer Chomuhendo, Mbabas Pasco, Mbadi Mbasu Wilson, Mbayo Esther Murakubuza, Mboizi Arthur Wako, Ngateka Mwagafa, Migade Robert Ndugwa, Modoy Isaac, Moriku Joyce Kaduchu, Mpindi Bumali, Mpuga Mathias, Mugabe Donozio Kahonda, Mugabe Muzale Martin Kisure, Mugabe Susan, Mugema Peter, Mujira James, Mugisa Margaret Muhanga, Mugole Mauku David Stephen, Mugumya Kreya, Muhesi Abaho Jennifer, Muhindo Harold Tony, Muhoz Ara David, Muhumuza David, Muhez Jim Katugugu, Mukasa Arosius Starton Gold, Mukasa Julius Opondo, Mukae Miriam, Murimba John, Musa Noah, Musa na Eric, Musa Sisi Henry Ariganyira, Museveni William, Mushemeza Elijah Dickens, Musherura Shatz na Eva Rikutesa, Musila John, Musimzu Yona, Mutasingwa Diana Nankunda Kajenyi, Mutebi Noah Wanzala, Mutembuli Yusuf, Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric, Mutono Patrick Rodoy, Mutumba Abudu, Mutuzo Peace Regis, Muanga Chivumbi Muhammad, Muuma Milton Karuru, Mwesi gwa Robert Rukari, Mwijuche Francis, Mwine Mpaka Rwa Mirama, Nabagabe Karure Flavia, Nabanja Robina, Nabukera Hanifa Hussein, Nabukenya Brenda, Nafuna Murone Irene Margaret, Naigaga Mariam, Najuma Sara, Nakabuye Juliet Kakande, Nakadama Rukia Isanga, Nakato Mary Annette, Nakayenze Koni Garwango, Nakazbge Hope Grania, Nachimuri Helen, Nakut Faith Lolu, Nakwanga Christine Tubo, Narule Asha Aisha Kabanda, Naruyima Bet Etho, Namanya na Both, Nambesha John Baptist, Namboze Teddy, Namuganza Passes Princess, Namugaga Goret, Namujusise Dionisia, Namukuta Brenda, Namutawe Joan, Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer, Ndagire Christine Ndiwarana, Nandara Mafabi Nathan James, Nandutu Agnes, Nangori Gerard, Nantaba Aida Elios, Nantongo Fortunate Rose, Nanyondo Veronica Namaganda, Natkunda Medias, Natmanya Flora, Naeva Silvia, Ndez Alex, Jomujani Ronald, Nebanda Andiru Florence, Nekesa Victor, Ngombek Linos, Ngoya John Bosco, Ninksima John Paul, Ninsima Boaz Kasirabo, Nirinjimana James Ruji Kaberuka, Niwagaba Wilfred, Niyonsaba Alex, Kunyingi Muwadda, Kwasibwe Zinkuratiri Henry, Nsamba Patrick Oshabe, Nsanja Patrick Kayongo, Nsegumira Muhammad Kibedi, Sereko Muhammad, Sibambi Yusuf, Subuga Paul, Nyakato Asinansi, Nyakato Dorothy, Nyachkongo Rosemary, Nyamutoro Fiona, Nyangweso Dennis, Nyeko Derek, Nyirabashit Sara Mateche, Nyongore Enoch, Obiga Kanya, Obiga Rose, Obonga Vincent Shedrick, Oboth Maxson Jacob, Obuaden Samson, Ochan Patrick, Ochen Peter, Ochai Maximus, Ocher Jim Brickenoman, Odoi Banada Onen Mutusa, Odoi Orelo Fox, Odongo JJ Abubeka, Odur Jonathan, Oguzu Lee Dennis, Ogwar Moses Goli, Ogwang Peter, Ogwari Polycarp, Ojara Martin Mapenduzi, Okasai Srodinius Opolot, Okabe Patrick, Okai Bob, Okero Charles Patrick Angola, Okero Jeffrey Charles, Okero Nelson, Okeyo Peter, Okia Joan Aniku, Okin Pipi Ojala, Okloro Bosco, Okolimoi Janet Grace Akech, Okot Boniface Henry, Okot John Amos, Okot Moses Jr., Okot Ogong Felix, Okot Peter, Okot Santa, Okuro Abuka Jalon Anthony, Okumu Gabriel, Okupa Elijah, Okwil Samuel, Olanya Gerbert, Oleru Hood Aberson, Orobo James, Omara Paul, Onek Hiale Orbarkor, Onek Aliti Dennis Amere, Onen Charles, Ongaro Bote Clement Kenneth, Ongertho Emmanuel Joel, Onzima Geoffrey, Opio Samuel Achut, Oporot Flet, Oporot Patrick Isiagi, Oporot Simon Peter Okwaringa, Olone Derek, Oseku Richard Oriebo, Osolu Morin, Otafire Kahinda, Otiam Emmanuel Otara, Otumingo Isaac Ismail, Otukoro Samuel, Oranya Jacob Rokoli, Paparu Rian Obiale, Rugumayo Edson, Ruhunda Alex, Rutahigo Erisa, Yonga Joseph, Gwabulindori Trasis Bishanga, Gwabusheja Margaret Ramubiru, Gwakojo Robin Guleme, Gwamerema Bright Kanyontore, Gwe Muricha Ibanda, Saz Godfrey, Sebamara Richard, Sekabira Dennis, Sekindi Aisha, Sechanzi Banada Kiria, Senda Wal Christi Bukenya, Silwani Solomon, Sasaga Isaiah Johnny, Sebikar Yoweri, Segirinya Muhammad, Sejoba Isaac, Sechkubo Theodore, Sechtoreko Robert, Semuju Ibrahim, Semwanga Javira, Sentai Muhammad, Sejoni Joel Besekezi, Serubula Stephen, Serukenya David, Sewanyana Aran Aloysius, Seungu Joseph Gonzaga, Simwa Fred, Suchi Nyamatama Juliet, Taka Agnes, Taban Sharif Ate, Tayebga Habat Musasizi, Tayebga Thomas, Tewandeke Charles, Teira John, Tembo Gideon Mujungu, Tibasimwa Jora Muranga, Timuziguka Mujisha Michael, Tinka Simira Barnabas, Tumuaze Frank Kajiji, Tumwesi J. Josephat, Tumwine Animel, Tusime Julius, Twala Fadil, Twesi John Tamuhira, Twesi Nathan Itungo, Twinobu Sinje Giovannis, Twinobu Julie Francis Kazin, Wako Joy Peggy, Wokabi Pius, Wakaima Musoka Hannington, Wachkona Wanenda David, Wakori Nsereko, Wadiomu Monica Moses, Wamaku Ignatius Mudimi, Wamara Edward Katumba, Wamara Nambozo Florence, Wambede Seth Kizangi Masa, Wanda Richard, Wandwasi Robert, Wanyama Michael Orward, Wele Godfrey Odero, Werike Peter Christopher, Wokolach Simon Peter, Zake Francis, Zawed Victorious, Zijan David Livingston.
Is there anyone who has not had her or his name read out by the clerk to Parliament? Yes, what is the name? No, why don't we follow procedure? You're on procedure, you don't want to follow procedure yourself. The question on the floor is, do we have anyone whose name has not been read out? Yes. Then we can come to you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, my Lord. I missed my name. My name is Julius Achonbua, number 16, Otuka East.
It was not called? You didn't hear it?
I didn't hear. I think the mistake I made came late. I rushed to pick the card and was not taken.
Yeah, and the rule here is nobody else hears for you. It is you to hear your name and respond. Yes.
It's correct?
Yeah, it's recorded now. Honorable Gilbert Holanya, yes.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, the clerk read the names of all the members of Parliament, yet you directed that only 320 members' names that were registered are supposed to be read. My Lord, the case in point is that I heard him reading the name of our former leader of the opposition. She has not yet arrived, but he read his name. I would like to find out. I would like to find out.
Honorable Gilbert,
yes.
To answer your concern is well justified. So the problem is everyone wants an opinion. Where everybody has an opinion, when the chair rules, that's what we go by, for good or for bad.
Yes, thank you.
So I decided that they read out all the names of members of Parliament. For your notice, everyone, the record of registered members at the gate is 509. Then there are 3 people who did not register for good reason, so we should be having here not less than 512. Is that right? Yes. So, but the solution is this. They will call out the names alphabetically. You'll come. The clerk to Parliament will take the name of the person who has come to vote. Each of the 3 agents have got the list of members of Parliament. So when A votes, the clerk will take out that name. Each of the members, that one is more interested in talking and not listen to the chair. I may have to ask your nominee to look for another agent. Because that is why we get confused, because when the chair is explaining, you're onto your things. So each of the agents will also be taking out the name that has been called and has actually voted. So there are safeguards. In the end, the number of people who have voted in the ballot should tally with the ticks. In my considered opinion, this is sufficient safeguard. If the 512, some of you could choose not to vote. It is a right. So those who have come here, and we will call them, they'll come, vote, and then they'll be verified. So I think we shouldn't worry about that one. Yes, Honourable Member, and then.
Thank you very much, my Lord the Chief Justice.
Rule 5, Sub-Rule 7 provides that this vote should be by secret ballot. Read with Rule 98, it confirms that this being a constitutional office, the voting shall be by secret ballot. Rule 14, Sub-Rule 7. Rule 14, Rule 5, Sub-Rule 14 provides that the member wishing to vote should come and access the ballot paper and vote. My Lord, you have guided that the names will be read alphabetically. My Lord, the ballot papers are serialized, meaning that it is possible for someone after to open the boxes and determine that this serial number was given to so and so. Thank you, Honorable Member. I want to seek your guidance. Honorable Member, when the chair speaks, you have the courtesy of listening. We have a solution for that. Thank you for your concern. It is a genuine one. The ballot papers will be picked at random, not sequentially. You'll still have one ballot. If you're number 1, they may give you ballot paper serial number 28. What matters is the total number of people who have voted. So that concern we have taken care of. Yeah. Thank you very much, my Lord the Chief Justice. Can we now proceed? If the person giving that ballot box reads into that serial number, it cannot address that mischief. A member should be allowed, under observance, to be able to pick the ballot paper and vote. As long as the person is going to tear it and give to a member, it is possible in the era of technology. This is how we'll proceed. And please listen to the chair carefully. A member will come. The office of the clerk will give a ballot paper. They will not be picked sequentially, serially, no. Precisely because of the reason we just raised. But let us not extend it to the point where as if you do not trust the office of the Clerk of Parliament, you do not trust the Chief Justice who is spending the whole day here to see that the democratic process is adhered to. So we will proceed in the manner the chair has just explained. Yes? That is Honorable Seki Kuba, I believe.
Thank you, my Lord, and the Speaker of this sitting. My Lord, I rise on procedure under Rule 25 of our Rules of Procedure that provide for the order of business and the order paper. Right Honorable Your Lordship, on the order paper, I can see we are proceeding on item number 5, and we are soon embarking on the election of Speaker provided by the Chief Justice. However, my Lord, both our rules and the order paper provide succinctly about the business. And I see from the order paper the arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda is supposed to be the next item on the order paper after number 6. And this is buttressed in our rules under Rule 25 2F. Addressed by the President comes way after C, election of Speaker and Deputy Speaker. And the preceding members have been here addressing His Excellency the President, meaning he's in the House. And yet, our order paper is clear at what stage His Excellency the President is expected to ingress in this House or to be around or to be addressed as such. Are we therefore procedural right, Your Lordship?
So how does that affect the election of a Speaker?
as a matter that is supposed to come after the nomination and the election.
But
this is
Honorable Sekikubo, you are talking about supposed. The reality of the fact that His Excellency the President arrived, and when prayers were conducted, when business started, he was in the house, and I did address him and explained he is here in attendance by virtue of constitutional provisions and the rule of procedure of Parliament. I am sure you were here, unless you chose to come late.
Yes, most obliged, Your Lordship. Only that.
So the ruling is, whatever time the President comes, he could choose to come 1 hour before you have come here, he could choose to come at the tail end. It has no adverse effect on who you are going to elect Speaker of the House.
Then can we therefore...
Would you like to sit down, please,
yes,
and we begin?
Can we therefore formally move that the order paper is adjusted?
Would you like to sit down, Honorable Sekikubo, and we proceed with what has brought us here? We're just splitting hairs.
Babiku Jessica.
So what we will do, honorable members, I think what we'll do, we will call out the first 10 names, and they prepare to come. They come so that we should just call out the first 10 names alphabetically.
Okay.
And when you hear your name, please come, and you remain in the tent, and the first person will come in that sequence.
Babiku Jessica. Abeja Susan Jolie, Abe Lillian, Abigaba Cuthbert Mirembe, Abgori Kunihira Agnes, Achan Joyce Okeny, Achen Docas, Acheng Jane Ruth Ochelo.
Make sure the ballot papers are not, the person giving out the ballot papers, pick them at random. Don't follow this. The serial numbering.
Achan Judith Peace and Achayo Juliet Lodo.
Meanwhile, take out the names of those who have voted. You'll write the name of your candidate, your chosen candidate, write the name in the right place, and then you cast the ballot in the right place, in the ballot box.
Of UBC TV. We are live at Kololo Independence Grounds here today, where we are witnessing the election of the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. 3 members of Parliament have been nominated. The first member of Parliament to be nominated was the Honorable Jacob Olanya Lokori from Omoro for the National Resistance Movement. The other candidate is Ibrahim Samujunganda, Kira Municipality Member of Parliament, who was also nominated to run or to also vie for the office of the Speaker. And the third candidate is the Honorable Rebecca Aditwala Kadaga, woman member of parliament from Kamuli, contesting and standing as an independent candidate for this particular race. Now that is what is happening, and you very well know that the constitution is very clear that the first sitting of the parliament, no other business shall be conducted in the house but to elect the Speaker of Parliament. And now this is officially what is happening here now, and the Chief Justice himself, His Lordship Justice Alfonso Owinyidolo, is chairing the session, and to see when that is done and the Speaker has been elected. The Speaker who shall have been elected will then chair and conduct the election of the Deputy Speaker. That is what will come on next. It is happening now, and the procedure, as you can see, is they are calling out name by name in alphabetical order, and the first 10 come, write the name of the candidate that they are voting for, and of course put it in that ballot box, as you can continue to witness and see. What we noticed, what we now started on was the Honorable Jacob Olanya, who was nominated by Honorable Bright Ramirama from Isingiro, and the nomination was seconded by Oyam, the South Member of Parliament, the Honorable Amongi Ngom, a former Minister of Kampala. Then, of course, we also saw the Honorable Alan Aloysius Sawanyana of Makindi was nominating Ibrahim Semjunganda, and the seconder there to Alan Sawanyana was a Soroti City Member of Parliament, the Honorable Alan
Remigio
Moses,
and Acheng Sara Opendi. Achibu Agnes, Achiro Pas Kamenya, Achom Joam Alobo.
Viewers of UBC TV and Star TV live from Kololo here, to also just let you know that the exercise that is happening here, according to Rule 5, it states very well that this exercise shall be done by separate ballot, and that is what you are actually now seeing. It is an exercise that, according to the rules of Parliament, Rule number 5, is that this exercise is
Julius
done
Boa,
in
Nancy,
a secret way.
Acrobat Chiza Moses, and Adeke Ann Ebajo.
And the system of voting that is happening here is what we call the first past the post system of voting. First past the post system of voting means one of the candidates who gets the majority in number of votes will of course become the winner and will become the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. It is not an election where you expect somebody to win with a particular percentage. It is first past the post. That means whoever gets the difference between the candidates could be 1 vote or 2 votes or 3 votes, as few as those votes, but whoever gets the majority votes of course becomes the elected Speaker of the 11th Parliament. And that is what it is. Unusually, we have not seen such a thing like it is happening here today. It is the first time that we are witnessing this kind of election where the speaker seat is very contested like it is today, and having two very senior members from the same political party and at the same leadership measures, like you can see. You very well know that the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga is the Vice National Chairperson of the National Resistance Movement Party, who qualifies, of course, to become a member of the Central Executive Committee. And so does Olanya also sit on the SEC as a Vice Chairperson from Northern Uganda. So we're having two very senior members of SEC tussling it out and taking on one another. We wait to see what will happen and what will unfolds. From the statistics,
Adidwa Abdu,
that
Adoa Helen, Adome Francis Lorika, and Adrico Yovan.
Out of the 529 members of parliament, so far we've been told that 320 are here. Now 320, of course, constitute 1/3, and they also constitute the 2/3 majority, which is a good number for them to conduct and to carry on the business in the House. There are members of parliament who are not yet here, and we will yet know when they get here. But what is happening is those who are already here, the 320, are the ones now who are going through this exercise of the voting as it continues happening. To also just take you away from Uganda, in January this year in Ghana, we also witnessed a very contentious moment of electing the Speaker of Parliament. And unprecedentedly, in Ghana, they voted or elected a member of the opposition who emerged from the NDC party of Dramani Mahama, and of course making the NPP a candidate, or say, as the majority leader. But what happens, and which is very unique, you notice that the Parliament of Ghana has 275 members of parliament, and of those, the ruling NPP party has 137, and the opposition NDC party has also got the same number, 137, with just one independent.
And Agaba Isa.
The Speaker, Mr. Alban Bagbin, is from the opposition NDC party, and the majority leader is from the ruling NPP party, Honorable Osei J. Mensah. Now, one independent candidate in that parliament also was voted for as the second deputy speaker of parliament. As opposed to what we do here, we have a speaker and a deputy speaker. In Ghana, they have a speaker, the first deputy speaker, and the second deputy speaker. But for the first time in their history or so, it was very highly contested. But at the end of the day, of course, they had to get to one who is now the Speaker of the House. What we're seeing today here is members of parliament present are electing and choosing they're choosing the Speaker for the House. We'll possibly just run you through some statistics here of the members of parliament, and of course as parliament stands as we talk about it now. We all know that the number of members of parliament in the House are 529. Now those are all the members that we do have in House today, and we're waiting to see. Now, of all the 529, you notice that the ruling NRM party has 336 members of parliament, and independent leaning candidates are 67 of those. The National Unity Platform is the second biggest party after the independents, and NUP has 57 members of parliament, with 4 independents who are leaning to the National Unity Platform. FDC has got 28 members of parliament and 1 independent. I think I need to get clear records over the FDC here. This could be more than 28.
Akero Beatrice Akoli, Akero Christine, Akero Ruse, and Akelo Laws Lily.
The Uganda People's Congress Party has 9 candidates, 9 members of parliament, I beg your pardon, and 3 independents. DP has also got 9. Jema of Asuman Basalirwa has got 1 representative, the man Asuman Basalirwa himself, and the People's Progressive Party of Jaberi Bidandi Sadi has also got 1 member of parliament, Santa. Now, all of these are not yet here, but should they come, then it will take a longer process. If they are all here, on this particular day today. Now, you also remember that the other constituencies in the House here, the 5 constituencies over the special interest groups, we have 10 members of parliament representing the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We have 5 members of parliament representing the youth across the region. We have 5 elderly persons also representing the elder persons of this country from all the regions. We have 5 members of parliament who are representing the workers also from the different regions, and we also have 5 members of parliament representing persons with disabilities across the entire country. Now that makes the number 30 from the 5 special interest groups on top of the 499, totaling to 529 members of the 11th parliament. The last time we
Akena James Michael Jime, Ako Anthony, Akola Maxwell Ebong Patrick, and Akuguziwe Aled Leonard.
The last time we had such an election was on the 19th of May 2016, and the members of parliament at that time were 426 that represented Ugandans in the 10th parliament. The number this time has increased by another 103 members of parliament. Remember, we got new constituencies, especially those of the elder persons and the different constituencies that were carved out of the old traditional or the different districts. And remember, the elevation of many towns in the country that got the city status also produced more members of parliament. Take, for example, Mbale City, Mbale Town, or Mbale District had just 4 members of parliament before. In 2016-2021, we had only 4 members of parliament and a woman member of parliament for Mbale. Now the number has increased because Mbale becomes a city, and because it's a city, it gets a city member of parliament, the district woman member of parliament, and the different divisions, like you see, Northern Division, Industrial Division, and all those others. So that is, that partly explains why we have an increment of over 100 seats in this particular parliament. The exercise is going on, and we are just watching to see. Remember, the presiding judge constitutionally is the Justice Alfonso Owiny-Dolo, who did not designate anybody but decided to come in person to do and to conclude this business of electing the Speaker of Parliament. It is the first sitting of the first session of the 11th Parliament, because the laws are very clear. Nothing can be done because the Parliament is not fully constituted as the constitutional provisions are, until this exercise today has been done successfully and a new speaker is voted into office. Then business can thereafter continue to ensue. That is what is happening here, and we wait to see what is going to happen. Now, Jacob Olanya has an agent who is from Fort Portal municipality. The Honorable Sam Junganda, his agent in this particular exercise it's going on, is the same honorable who seconded him, who nominated him, Honorable Alan Aloysius Sawanyana, and the Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga. Kadaga's agent is Naigaga Mariam, the woman representative for Namutumba district. That is what we are continuing to see here as the voting takes on. We suspect it to take a longer time, but that is why we are here. To all of you watching ABC TV and Star TV.
Alanyo Jennifer, Alepe Margaret Achila, Alepe Moses, and Alelo Tom Azar.
Like you called the name already.
I haven't called.
Ali Moses, Alion Yorke Odria, Arum Santa Sandra Ogwang, Arupo Jess Carlos Epel, and Ariek Judith. I'm on 48.
Amero Susan, Among Anita Annette, Among Betty Ongom, Angura Frederick. Anyakun Esther Davinia, Anwar Ricky Richard, Aogon Silas, Awol Betty Ochan. Apollo Yeri Ofono, Apolot Christine, Apolot Stella Isodo, Arinetwe Rauben. Arinetwe Rakajara, Asaba Nsabimana Paul, Asamo Helen Grace, Asera Stephen. Asimwe Florence Akiki, Asimwe K. Enosi, Asimwe Musime Molly, Atim Agnes Apea. Atim Ogwal Cecilia Barbara, Atima Jackson Lee Buti, Atan Okia Moses, Atugonza Alan, Atukwasa Rita. Atuto Jacinta, Atuachire Catherine Damira, Atuijukire Dan, Atiang Stella, Auma Helen Wandera. Auma Kenny, Auma Linda Agnes, Avako Melsa Naima Gule, Avur Jen Pachito, Awani Tony. Awas Sylvia Vicky, Awich Jane, Awor Betty Engola, Ayebare Margaret, Ayo Jennifer Nalukwago. Ayo Tone, Ayume Charles, Batom Ben Koryang, Baba James Boliba. Bagala Joyce Untwatwa, Bajire Agre Henry, Bahati David, Bahireira Tumwekwase Sylvia. Bainabo Charity, Bainom Gisha Jane Kabajungu, Baka Stephen Mugabe.
Bakireke Namboze Betty, Bakabulindi Charles, Barimwezo Ronald Nsubuga, Banjana Anifa Kaoya, and Barjomus Chris. Basalirwa Asman, Batalinga Bezro Gwankwene, Batua Timothy Rusala, Vaiga Michael Philip Rurume, and Bona Babu Nji Josephine. Begumisa Mary, Boka Didi George, Bijirwa Nora Nyangoha, Bingi Patrick Nyanzi, and Bilalo Ephraim Gashanga. Viyika Lawrence Songa, Bright Tom Amoti, Bukenya Michael Iga, Businge Harriet, Businge Joab.
Viewers of UBC TV and Star TV, we once again want to thank you so much for being part of the celebrations or the ceremony of the voting of the Speaker that is happening right now at Kololo Independence Grounds today. The exercise is ongoing, and what is actually happening is the election of the Speaker of Parliament. Now, people think this should have been done concurrently, voting for the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, but the rules of procedure that govern how the way Parliament conducts and runs its business say that the Speaker shall be elected first, and the presiding judge for this particular event is the Chief Justice of Uganda, who is Justice Alfonso Wenyidolo, overseeing the exercise as it continues happening. So what we're seeing now is what we will see again when the Speaker has been elected and taken oath of office as Speaker. Then the Speaker will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker. That is the order of how it's going to happen. Now, from what we can see, the names are being read out alphabetically, and only members of Parliament whose name starts with the letter A in the register are 91. Now, all the 91 have gone through the processes, and they have been able to do their voting. Now, remember, there were no prepared ballot box or ballot papers for this particular exercise, because the names of the candidates have just been brought forward this morning. And so what happens,
and Bganika Abed.
And so what happens is that every member of Parliament whose name is being read out goes to the voting booth. I could call it a booth. Then they write the name of the candidate that they are voting for and take that ballot into the ballot box. That is what is happening. So every one of them, it's not a voting where you put your thumbprint, or it's not a voting where you go and tick. It is a voting where you write the name of that person whom you are voting for, then you go and drop that in the ballot box. Now, it is one ballot box where all the three votes are being cast or being put for Jacob Olanya, Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, and Ibrahim Semujunganda. So it is in that same one, and that is a part of the democracy that we are enduring. Now, the tally still counts and goes on, and we are about to conclude those on the register with the letter B. And the last to be announced there by the clerk who is helping in doing this thing is Abedi Wanika, the Member of Parliament for Chimanya Kabonero Division in Masaka City. Those are the names. Now the order is they are reading out names in batches over 5 or 10 who come because they do not want to get congested at the table where the voting is actually happening. So that is what is happening here, and the numbers continue like that. So from the look of things here, we are only thinking that every name that is being read out is present and that the persons are doing the voting. If that is what happens, then you can take the tally that 91 from letter A and another 40 from letter B. So that can give you quite some picture of the numbers and what is continuing to happen here at Kololo. To our viewers of Star TV, twagala okwetegeeza nti tuli Kololo ku mukolo gw'okulonda Speaker wa Parliament. Abantu mbabadde beebuuza nti lwaki Speaker n'omumyuka we tebabalonda mulundi gumu. Etteeka erirungamya Parliament engeri gyekolamu emirimu gyalyo,
Yakatonda Abdul,
engeri gye bakolamu emirimu gyabwe,
and Janyima Nathan.
Etteeka lirambikiddwa bulungi nnyo. Balina etteeka lye bayita rules of procedure oba amateeka agafuga entambuza gye batambuzamu emirimu. Akayinga k'okutaano ke koogera ku butya Speaker bw'alondebwa n'obulala bweyongerakaawo. So kati kigenda okubeerawo nti Speaker bw'anaamala okulondebwa n'alayizibwa ajja kutula mu ntebe wa Speaker ate akubirize olukiiko okusobola okulonda omumyuka we. Jjukira nti abamyuka abeesimbyewo kwa speaker bali basatu era bw'olaba balondakaawo kwe kuli Oweekitiibwa Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, woman member of parliament ow'e Kamuli, kwe kuli Jacob Olanya Lokori nga member of parliament okuva mu northern Uganda, bayiteyo Moro, so nga tekwotadde ne Ibrahim Ssemujju Nganda owa FDC nga akiikirira ekitundu kya Kira municipality. Kwaba basatu okulonda kuno okuli wano si kwa kutiikinga nga bw'ogamba nti genda oteekeko akayini owenyigeko ekinkumu, kubanga tewabadde obukonge bukolebwa nga bino byonna tebinnabaawo olw'okuba nti abantu abeesimbyewo babategedde nkya ya leero okusinziira ku mateeka. So kati ekikolebwa kye ekyokuba nti buli muntu gwe wasoma erinnya bw'agenda wali awandiika erinnya ery'omuntu ogwalonze n'atwala akakongo ako n'akateeka mu box mwe babuteeka. Kitegeeza nti bonna banaabaweddeyo abali wano bajja kgenda ate mu kutandika okulondamu obukongo obwo nga balonda nti Kadaga afunyeeko bumeka, Olanya afunyeeko bumeka, ne Ssemujju afunyeeko bumeka, n'oluvannyuma bajja kubala. Abazungu balina system gye bayita first past the post.
Ya Mukama Jarugaba Alex Wakunda,
asooka okutuuka
Chelaine Betloke, Chelangat Alinga Solomon, Chelimo Ruben Paul, and Chemaswet Abdi Fadil Kisosi.
Nga kitegeeza nti omuntu asooka okutuuka Kaguwa y'abawangudde. So ekiri wano tekiriko kugamba nti omuntu yeetaaga okufuna omuwendo gw'ababaka bwe bati okusobola okufuuka sipiika. Okulonda sipiika okusinziira ku mateeka beetaaga ekitundu kimu kya kusatu kwabo. Bw'otolooza ku paalamenti nga bwe yenkana ne bwefaanana olaba nga ekitundu ekimu ekyokusatu be bantu abatasukka nnyo mu 200. So nga ate tegeezeddwako ku lisiti eno gye basoma, of course tumanyi nti bamemba ba paalamenti bali 529 naye batugambye nti 302 be babaddewo bw'otutandikidde okulonda. Kati kitegeeza nti abo bokka abaliwo 302 basobolera ddala era bamalira ddala baweereza ddala omuwendo ogwetaagisa okulonda speaker wa parliament. Kati nno ekyo nga bw'okiraba bwe kikolebwa bwe kityo ate era kyekigenda okuddamu kikolebwe ne mu kulonda omumyuka. Tutegeddeko abeesimbyewo ku bumyuka be tujja okutegeera oluvannyuma wali kwe kuli omukyala NRM gwe yalonze oba gwe yawanzeeko eddusu ayitibwa Monyanita
Chemonges William,
woman member of parliament,
Chemutai Evelyn, Chemutai Phyllis, Chemutai Sam Mangusho.
Tukitegeddeko nti ne Honorable Muhammad Nsereko owa Kampala Central ekifo kino akyagala. Tunajjukira nti yesimbawo ku mwaka ogwaggwa mu 2016 ne Jacob Olanya. Yusuf Nsibambi naye tukitegeddeko nti ekifo akyagala wa FDC okuva Mawokota. So nga ate waliwo ne agakyayitaayita mu nkuba gagamba nti ne Thomas Tayebwa owa NRM wadde nga Amongi yamuwanguza obululu 17 bwe babadde mu kaabwe akayero yamusinza obululu 17. Mulimu abalina muno oluvuuvuumo naddala abo abamuwadde abasobye mu 10 nga bagamba nti omuntu abe bamugambye bw'oba osobola jangu tunatandikira ku buno bwetufunyeewo tugattegattemuuko ne ku bw'abalala. Ebiri wano bw'otunuulira mu miwendo gy'abantu paalamenti erimu abantu 529 naye ku abo 529 ojjako bamemba ba paalamenti 499. 499 abo be twalonda ng'ennaku z'omwezi 14 January. Kakati ne kweyongerako ba MP abalala 30. Ba MP 30 abo bw'ogattira mu ze bayita special interest groups kuliko 10 ery'amagye ne kubeerako 5 ababavubuka okwetula eggwanga lyonna ne kubeerako 5 ababakozi ne kubeerako 5 abakiikirira abantu abakulidde mu myaka be twayita abakadde ne kubeerako n'5 abantu abaliko obulemu 12. So parliament nebanga yonna okutwaliza wamu eweza abantu 529. Bonna 529 Katonda nga bwali omulamu era nga bwali omulungi bonna babadde balamu okutuuka last week ku lunaku lwa Thursday kubanga bonna bajja ne balayira tetwawulirayoko n'abayi betumanyi abalwadde abali mu malwaliro nga Seggirinya basobola okujja ne balayira. So kakati 100% bonna bamemba ba parliament balayizibwa. Ekintu kyebaliza Katonda nti okuva le balondebwa mu kuyita mu kulondebwa konna ko balondebwa Katonda badde akyabakuumye nga abawadde obulamu. Kinajjukirwa nti n'omukyala yasooka okufuna ku COVID mu parliament naye kalulu yakayitako yakomawo n'okulayira yalayira ennaku ezo era nga omukolo
Cherukut Rose Emma, Driwalu Jennifer, Ebwalu Jonathan, Echeru Musa Francis, Edakas Alfred Elalu Olale.
We finished chapter. We are now on some chapter 139. So we're going to the next now, 140. Yes, please.
Ekanya Joffre, Ekudo Tom Julius, Erotu Cosmas, Erueru Peter, and Emigu Julius Peter.
Esenu Anthony Alden, Etuka Isaac Joaquino, Ezama Siraji Brahan, Feta Joffrey. Gafabusa Richard Muhumuza, Gidudu Mafabi Dominic, Gume Frederick Ngobi, Hashim Sulaiman. Igeme Nathan Naveta Samson, Ikojo John Bosco, Isabire David Aga, Isabire Idi, Isamat Abraham. Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa, Ismail Muhammad Lomwar, Kala Kevin Ojinga, Kaya Christine Nachimwero. Kabahenda Flavia Rabuhoro, Kabanda David, Kabasharira Naume, Kabugo Florence. Kabusu Moses, Kabuye Frank, Kadaga Rebecca, Kafuzi Jackson Karugaba, Kagabo Twaha Mzee.
I'm done.
Yeah. Have you dropped it in the ballot box? Yes. Okay. Kahunde Helen, Kajwenjwe Tinomugisha Wilson, Kakembo Michael, Kamara John Zeimana, Kamara Nicholas Sedias.
Kambale Ferigo, Kamugo Pamela Nasio, Kamukama Benjamin, Kamukama Davis.
No, she wasn't there.
Oh, she's not.
She's not, she's not signed. So I just read her. No, should I just read everyone? Because some people are not there.
Because I know that someone might have come after. But you already know. Just make me appreciate.
Kamateneti Jocelyn, Kamuntu Moses, Kamusime Caroline, Kangwaje Stephen Rakanuma. Kankunda Amos Kiwika, Kanushi Laura, Kanyike Ronald Evans, Karubanga David, Karubanga Jacob Atenyi.
Viewers of UBC TV, we carry on and we continue with the voting of the Speaker of Parliament of the 11th Parliament. Of those being voted for so far, the only one who has had the opportunity to cast for herself a vote is the Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga. Now remember, these names are being read out alphabetically according to the register of all the 529 members of Parliament, and Kadaga has been called out and she's already cast a vote for herself. She now leaves the rest to the other members of Parliament, to her voters or supporters, and to God. As you also wait to see, next there will be Jacob Olanya before Ibrahim Semuju Nganda also comes on. Now from what is happening here, so far 193 members of Parliament have had their names being read, but we can't really ascertain whether all the 193 who have been read so far have actually come forth to do the voting. But remember, when the voting exercise started about an hour ago, the only members of Parliament who were present in the House were 320. That is according to the Clerk of Parliament, and members moved a motion to ascertain whether all the members were actually here, as I said. But the presiding judge, the Justice Alfonso Winyidolo, ruled and said whoever comes on, they shall be called on, because what is happening now is they're not reading the names of the 320 who already were here at the time of voting, but they are reading all the names as they appear on the register. Now remember, the register is written alphabetically, and that is how you see them coming on one by one. Now we are not yet midway the exercise, because of the 529 members of Parliament. They have only read so far 198 members of Parliament to come on. But what are the odds here? To briefly paint a picture for you of what is happening and how representation is across the country, I told you earlier on that of the 529 members of Parliament, 499 were elected directly, and the women representatives on the 14th of January, when we also voted for the president. Now, the figures show that Buganda, or what is called the Central Uganda, the Central Region. Central Region has got 102 members of Parliament. Now, Central Region comprises of all the districts that make what is called Buganda and the Greater Buganda. So those are about 32 districts, and all of them together have 102 members of Parliament. Now, Northern Uganda, which takes over, or which comprises of the traditional Northern Uganda that we know of, the Acholi, Lango, plus Karamoja and West Nile region, that whole block has 124 members of Parliament. Now, Western Uganda, which comprises of the traditional Western, as we get to it, it takes all the entire Bunyoro region, the entire Chitara region, the entire Toro region, the entire Renzo region has 132 members of Parliament, and of course the greatest number of representatives come from Eastern Uganda. Eastern Uganda, which is now the entire Busoga, Bukedi, Elgon area, parts of the parts of the Sebeland in Bukokwen and the Sebeland, all those format is called the Eastern Uganda, and out of all those we have 141 members of Parliament. So that is the distribution of representation in the 11th Parliament. Now, Eastern Uganda having 141, Western having 135, Northern having 127, and Central having 105. Now, that is without the 30 representing the special interest groups, as we got to know. But we are just looking and waiting to see what really happens. For example, you notice that of the members of parliament that we are talking about here, 45 are from the Elgon sub-region, 32 are from the Kira sub-region, and 24 are from Teso. Now, those that will form what is called Eastern Uganda. Just like in the other categories of the other people, for example, we seeing different parts of the country trying to get to the statistics here. In Northern Uganda, for example, there are 83 constituencies. Now, 83 constituencies come from 41 districts, and there are 3 special interest groups representing the region, which brings a total to 127 members of parliament. Now, these include the 40 legislators from areas of Acholi and Lango, 26 coming from West Nile, and 17 coming from the Karamoja sub-region. Now, Central Region, which has 76 constituencies from 26 districts and 3 representatives of the special interest groups, gives it 105 members of parliament. And of the direct elected members of parliament, 25 are from Greater Kampala, which cover the districts of Kampala, Mukono, Wakiso, Buvuma, and Wiyikwe. And the Central North, which is Mubende, Nakasa, Kiruwero, Nakasongula, Kayunga, among others, has 19 members of parliament, while South Central, or call it the Greater Masaka, has 32 legislators. Now, those are some of the statistics that you get to see or get to know, and so the voting is on in that particular manner. When you go to the other region, for example, you will also notice that from wanted to say something here from Western Uganda. You'll also notice that when you look at places like Western Uganda, and is very much wanted to see what is happening from Western Uganda now. Western Uganda has 93 constituencies with 39 districts and 3 special interest groups that represent them: the PWDs, the youth, and the elderly person. Now, this part of the country, the southwestern part of the country, has 53 members of parliament. The Midwest, which covers the districts of Toro and Rwenzori, have 19 members of parliament, and 21 members of parliament come from the Albertine region, which we all know as Bunyoro. Now, that is the distribution of members of parliament who here to vote. And I don't think it's late for now you, the viewer of UBC TV, to maybe remind or to talk to your member of parliament. If you call them or send them a message and tell them these are my aspirations or these are the aspirations of our constituencies. But remember, it is today and not any other day. By the close of day today or tomorrow, we'll be talking about a new Speaker of the 11th Parliament and the Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament. And that is what we are witnessing here today. It's a long exercise, but that is how we go on. 213 members have had their names being read out, and the very last one to be read now, the 213th, is Kayogera Yona from Busiki North in Namutumba district. Let's wait to see how it plays out today, and I do not think there is going to be any break anytime soon until the voting and the counting of the votes has been done and the winner been declared before we can see any other thing happening. Thank you for watching UBC TV. We continue bringing live to you the event here as it happens at Kololo Independence Grounds, where we're witnessing the election of the Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker shall come on a little later. Thank you.
Kayondo Fred, Kazibwe Bashir Mbazira, Kemirembe Pauli Nichaka, Kesande Grace Bataringaya, Kibaju Naomi. Chibarja Henry Morris, Chiza Kenneth Nyenwoha, Chinobere Herbert Tom, Chinshaba Patience Nkunda, and Chintu Alex Blandon. Chiraba Agnes, Chirumira Hassan, Kisa Stephen, Bakwarwayo, Kisembo, Basemera Noelin, Kitanywa Sowedi. Kitutu Merigoret Kimono, Chiwanuka Abdara, Chiwanuka Kefa, Chiaga Hilary Innocent, Koruo Joseph Andrew, and Kwamakech Christopher. Komor Joseph Midi, Kubeketeria James, Kugonza Emery, Kunihira Faith Firo, Komoro Emmanuel, Kwizera Eddie Wagahungu, Kwizera Paul, Chakulaga Fred Wino, Cheba Kutika Manjer, Chove Luke Inyensko. Choma Xavier Kampurira, Choto Ibrahim Muluri, Lagen David, Lakel Sharon Barmoy, and Lamarck Catherine.
Yes, voting the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. The exercise is still on at Kololo. And the reason for the exercise taking place at Kololo is just because of COVID-19. Otherwise, about the COVID-19 pandemic, otherwise it should have taken place at Parliament. Now we have 529 MPs who are supposed to actually take part in this historic vote. But I must also say that this is really the very, very first time we are having a hot contest for the position of Speaker. I take you back in 2016, we saw Right Honorable Alito Alakadaga going through unopposed, and the contest was for the deputy speaker. This time around, we see the contest has attracted 3 candidates. That is Right Honorable Jacob Bolanya, the MP for Omoro, and also Right Honorable Rebecca Alito Alakadaga, District 2-man Member of Parliament for Kamuli, and Ibrahim Semuju Nganda, the Kira Municipality Member of Parliament. So after the voting is done, there will be the counting of votes, and whoever is first past the post will be declared the winner. And upon being declared the winner, and after his swearing in, then after he or her swearing in, after he has or she has sworn in, then the speaker-elect or the elected speaker, now the 11th Parliament, will actually now conduct, will preside over the elections of the deputy speaker. Yes, Matuta, let's look at what is going on at Kololo. Definitely, we must take people, we must remind people of what really happened some time back. But beginning with 2016, what is different from what is going on today?
The pressure and the competition that has been exhibited, especially in this particular election, we see this the high spirit in the election and the high stakes, because we have been having the position of the speaker, people coming on, most cases unopposed, and in that case, the competition has not been as stiff as has been this time. But now we are looking at more interests. We are looking at the gender issue. We are looking at the regional issues. We are looking at the issues of the historical. So it has attracted a lot of tension.
And we are also looking at the ruling party position.
Exactly. We're also looking at the interests of the various political groupings. To the extent that we are also seeing the emerging trends within the political systems. We have seen people of NOP supporting the FDC. We have seen people of the movement defying the position of the party. You saw Macho standing up and putting up a spirited presentation.
No, but Macho says he's an independent, though NRM leaning.
Yeah, but
maybe we would talk of the Honorable Member of Parliament from Luka South, who actually nominated Right Honorable because he's an NRM elected member of Parliament, but with Macho is an independent. So
yeah, it's only fair, but also most of these are independents who are yellow, because when you look at, but I think the one the one who presented Honorable Kadaga is a pure movement. But looking at all this, a few things come up, a few lessons come up, that the political parties, I think, have a lot of work to do after this election. It gives us what is happening in the House. Of course, we are now seeing the smoke. But there's a lot that is going on in the houses, not only the movement, even the NUP, even the FDC and other political parties, to the extent that they will need to have to do a streamline of how things are done. And I'm sure after this election, a lot of positions are going to change, because there are a lot of things that have been taken for formality, for granted, that when I'm maybe a speaker of the movement, it's automatic that I will be the speaker, or somehow the ruling party will have that preserve for me. But now we're seeing, I think this is the first time where we're having this kind of competition, because Honorable Sekandi, Honorable Kadaga were deputy and speaker, but the shift was smooth one. You leave, another one occupies the office. Now this one has caught two people in the office, and now that struggle brings a lot of the good things, but also the naughty things. But I think it's healthy for democracy, the development of democracy in the country, but also in the political systems.
Now, where does this leave the opposition? In 2011, when Right Honorable Kadaga was the sole candidate of NRM, she did contest against Nandala Mafavi, the Budadiri East member of Parliament, and we saw the whole opposition and independents in Parliament actually backing Nandala Mafavi, though of course their numbers,
the irony.
NRM having a tyrant of numbers, they really lost it to Rebecca Altuala Kadaga. Now, come to 2016, of course, she was unopposed. But this time around, where does this leave the opposition? Because now in the opposition, you find that Right Honorable Jacob Olanya was nominated by Honorable Bright Rwamirama and seconded by Betty Among. Betty Among comes from Uganda People's Congress. So we don't see now opposition unity in as far as the election of the speaker is concerned. So where does this leave them?
Of course, you're also looking at, and people are also talking, of course, when you see Betty Among coming in to support Honorable Olanya, who initially was actually a UPC member. So some people are thinking that maybe there's that coloration, that connection, that after all, this is our own. And also understand that UPC has 10 members of parliament in the current parliament. And most of the 10 members of parliament are coming from northern Uganda.
And to be specific, Lango.
Exactly. So by association, you would suspect that they are likely to vote for Olanya. So in other words, you are saying that the whole stock of UPC is inclined to Honorable Olanya. But you are also looking at a new dispensation forming in this country, that the opposition has a problem to address. Supposing, and we're only saying supposing because it might not happen, supposing Honorable Kadaga doesn't go through as a Speaker of Parliament, and the movement doesn't accommodate her within their ranks, she has to look for where to be housed. And now she finds herself being housed in the opposition within the movement, or like we have been having rebels within the movement, or for purposes of having a leeway, comes up with, joins an opposition. It will be hard for the current opposition to sustain itself, because there will be a new wave of opposition that will have been created. And if that happens, of course, she will not be alone. Maybe there will be other members of the movement who will have been annoyed by this, and they will follow her. But also, it is possible that the movement will sit down and do a cleanup and reconciliation, and say, look, this was an election, and after this election, this is what we are going to do. Put these cadres to be placed in places that they will definitely feel at least not left. But whichever way that comes in, you realize that the opposition can no longer come together, given what is happening, because I don't know who they will present when it comes to the deputy speaker, but I'll not be surprised to see two members of the opposition coming to contest for the same position of the deputy speaker. This has been a bit different, because last time we remember Honorable Nsereko stood for the speaker, for the deputy speaker yes. Last time. The opposition more or less lined behind him.
Actually, a united opposition.
Exactly. Much as he was not a member of the opposition. But I think the opposition want to make a statement by aligning with him. And it was a spirited vote that time also. In fact, the deputy speakership generated more interest than the position of the speaker, because Honorable Kadaka, remember, went unopposed.
Yeah, so, because I remember during that time, Honorable Nsereko was nominated by Winnie Kiza.
Exactly.
Who later became the leader of the opposition. And also seconded by Mugema Peter
yes.
Panado, the
exactly.
MP of Iganga municipality. Because now he was cutting across, showing that, look here, I have some support in NRM and support in the opposition. But I don't think really a party like NRM that has a tyrant of numbers can actually watch the speaker and deputy speaker being snatched from them just like that.
No, it can't happen, because, and of course the other thing, I could also see that you look at the dressing. Honorable Lanya was nominated by Honorable Bright Ramirama, and was seconded by Betty Amongi, and then Honorable Kadaka was nominated by Honorable from Luka,
yes.
And was supported by Honorable Macho.
Macho Geoffrey from Busia.
Yeah, from Busia. So you look at something happening here, that the context is more or less being regionalized, and the support could also, the pattern, I will not be surprised to see that pattern also of voting going that way, that you may not necessarily have a lot of support elsewhere outside that bracket. Maybe some, maybe few, maybe not. I may be wrong, but I'll not be surprised if that happens. But at the same time, there is the Semuju factor, who apparently is supposed to garner support of the opposition.
Because he is the only opposition
yes, candidate. He's the only official opposition candidate who is there. I don't know how much he will go, because even when you look at the credentials of the participants in the election, I think he is the least of the three that you can talk of. The two seasoned politicians, of course, is also now a seasoned politician. The two big-time lawyers, and he's a journalist, and the speaker, the deputy speaker, and he's an MP, a member of parliament. So I think he has a tall order when it comes to how much he can scale, given that kind of competition. But maybe he also has some traditional support from the former members of parliament, of the members of the 10th parliament, but also the opposition vote, which apparently now, as we speak, we can see it is not consolidated. It is divided either in regions or along the personalities.
Well, let's look at, because we also see this came up in 2016, where actually Honorable Nzou said that, look here, perhaps the presence of the president would intimidate some of them to voting the other way around. Perhaps let's look at the presence of the head of state, because ideally he's not the first person to do it, because we've seen it also in other countries where leaders need to see how the vote is being conducted.
Leaders have interests. Political systems have life and interests. You wouldn't expect the president to leave this for any reason, because it is important to have a speaker that the political party in power would wish to have and rally behind. But also, his appearance gives, it could be, one could think of intimidation, but also confidence to the political party that, look, we have our leader. The only thing which you do think, which may be, but of course we now don't have an official leader of opposition, because then one would, as you say, I think the leader of opposition should have also been there. But as we speak today, there is no official leader of opposition, because the opposition is not in parliament yet, and they have not formed.
There is no official leader of the opposition. There is no head of government business.
Exactly. So for now, we have only two people. Yeah, we have now two people: the Chief Justice and the President, who are legally occupying those offices. So that is why he has to be there to supervise. And of course, I saw Honorable Sechikubo raising the issue, say the president is supposed to have come, according to the program, after the election of the speaker, so that he can make his address. Why is he already there? But in his wisdom, the Chief Justice overruled him.
So is he saying that coming early is a crime?
Yeah, exactly. It's for the first time I'm saying that coming early can also be challenged. Yeah. But I think in his wisdom, the Chief Justice ruled that it was not a problem for the president to be there, even as it looked, and he didn't believe that he's being there. But of course, he also gave guidance, because members of parliament were saying the numbers are going to be tagged to the names. If they say Bwana call number 200, they will give you a ballot with the number which will correspond to your name. But the Chief Justice said no. Now they are going to be giving these ballots at random, so that you don't feel shy to say, since I have my, because that was also the worry that members will be saying. There will be a follow-up by security to find out this number who voted. Who voted this way.
Naam, ndugu mtazamaji wa UBC TV, bado zoezi la kumchagua spika wa bunge la 11 linaendelea Kololo, ambapo tunaona kwamba wagombea au katika kinyang'anyiro tuna wagombea watatu. Tuna mheshimiwa wa Jacob Ulanya, mgombea au mshika bendera wa chama cha NRM. Vile tuna mheshimiwa Rebecca Altwala Kadaga ambaye ni mgombea wa kujitegemea, pamoja na Ibrahim Semuju Nganda ambaye ni mgombea kutoka chama cha upinzani cha FDC. Na kwa hivyo Ibrahim Semuju Nganda ndiye mgombea pekee kutoka upande wa upinzani. Na tunaona kwamba zoezi hili likimalizika na baada ya kuhesabu kura, na yule atakayetangazwa mshindi ataapishwa kama spika wa bunge la 11, na baada ya zoezi hilo pia atasimamia zoezi la kumchagua naibu wake spika. Nataka nikukumbushe kwamba tuna wabunge 529, lakini wakati zoezi la uchaguzi linaanza walikuwepo wabunge 320, na mjadala ulikuwa kwamba vipi wale wengine wamekuwa wapi, lakini imesemekana kwamba wengine wameweza kuja na kujiunga au na kuendelea na zoezi hili la kumchagua spika. Nataka nikumbushe kwamba katika labda ni wape wasifu wa ugombea watatu. Mgombea wa kwanza ambaye mgombea wa kwanza Jacob Oulanya amekuwa naibu spika kwa muda wa miaka 10, yani mihula miwili, na vile vile tunaona kwamba amekuwa mbunge kwa muda si haba, kwa sababu alikuwa mbunge 2001 hadi 2006. Vile vile tunaona kwamba aliwahi kufanya kazi hapa UBC, aliwahi kuwa msimamizi au mfawidhi wa kipindi chetu maarufu cha Ground Zero hapa UBC, na tunaona kwamba 2011 tena aliingia bungeni, na baada ya kuingia bungeni kama mgombea wa kujitegemea, na hapo akafanikiwa kuchaguliwa spika, naibu spika. 2016 aliingia bungeni pia kupitia chama cha NRM na pia kuchaguliwa kama naibu wa spika. Katika uchaguzi ndani ya chama cha NRM mwaka jana alichaguliwa kuwa makamu wa mwenyekiti wa mkoa wa Kaskazini. Na tukiangalia mwingine ambaye ni Ibrahim Semju Nganda, amekuwa mbunge kwanza amekuwa mbunge tangu 2006 hadi wa leo kupitia chama cha FDC. Kabla hajajiunga na siasa alikuwa mwandishi habari maarufu sana, aliandikia gazeti la Observer, ambapo tunaona kwamba kweli alikuwa anaandika makala za kisiasa sana. Na Ibrahim Semju Nganja amekuwa kiranja, yani chief whip wa upande wa upinzani katika bunge la 10. Naam, tukitoka kwa Ibrahim Semju Nganja tutaenda kwake mama Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, na tunaona kwamba yeye amekuwa mbunge tangu mwaka 1989. Ameshikilia nyadhifa mbalimbali serikalini, ikiwa ni pamoja na kuwa waziri wa nchi wa masuala ya bunge, masuala ya mawasiliano, masuala ya ujenzi, na vile vile masuala ya ushirikiano wa ukanda. Na pia tunaona kwamba alichaguliwa kuwa naibu spika mwaka 2001, na alikuwa naibu wake spika wakati huo, spika akiwa mheshimiwa Edward Sekandi. Vile vile tunaona kwamba mwaka 2011 alichaguliwa pia kuwa spika sasa kamili, na amehudumu kwa muda wa miaka 10. Na tunaona kwamba 2005 chama cha NRM kilipokuwa kinaanzishwa, alichaguliwa kuwa naibu mwenyekiti taifa wa wanawake. Nyadhifa hiyo ameishikilia hadi wa leo. Tunaona kwamba mwaka jana 2020, wakati chama cha NRM kikiwachagua viongozi wao wa kilelecha, alimenyana na Mheshimiwa Pasis Namganza, na Mheshimiwa Rebecca Kadaga aliibuka mshindi. Kwa hivyo hao ndio wagombea watatu tunao kwa sasa, na zoezi la kuchagua nani atakaye kuwa spika wa bunge hili la 11, zoezi hilo linaendelea. Na pia sasa tunarudia kukupa matangazo katika lugha, au tunarejea kwa Kiingereza kukupa matangazo au kukupa tathmini ya yale yanayoendelea. Na mrejelea mwenzangu hapa Mtuta, Kiswahili anakielewa, lakini tutazungumza Kiingereza ili tuweze kukupa taarifa kwa ufasaha. Now let's look at the voting that as it's taking place, it is taking shape. Don't you see that really all the 500 members of parliament, if they are all to vote, it may stretch up to perhaps late in the night, because we have the speaker and then we shall also be having the deputy speaker.
Na hao watu kwa kuwa walipewa program ya leo. Sorry, they were given the program for today. And by such a time you should have arrived. I appreciate in the morning there was jam, there was rain.
There was rain, yes.
But I think the members of parliament...
But most members of parliament have vehicles. They don't use the border. So expect them to
so I'm also wondering, is it that some people will not want to stand to be counted, having voted for someone? Because by the time they were counting, I think we were less by half, more or less half of the members. But
because by the time they were starting to vote, there were 320.
Yes. Now, that also shows the trend of parliament. I'm surprised it is cropping in the new parliament from the old parliament.
The ghost of abstention.
Exactly. It has already cropped in that we are likely to have this trend persisting when there are certain issues which seem controversial. People are absenting themselves. Last time we remember when we had the Tojkwatako business, there were people who did not want to belong to any camp. So for them, I think they said they are not going to appear there because I think their mind was like, whatever was happening, they didn't want to belong to any camp. But I'm also saying that today. Is it true
but the question of leadership is very, very important. You must participate in electing who exactly is going to be, who's going to lead you for the next 5 years. Especially having been voted as a member of parliament.
Yes, if you don't believe in any of them, you can still absent yourself. Even when you are there, you can still not vote.
Or maybe you can come and your vote will be one of the invalid votes.
Or you vote for both. So I'm surprised that, I'm not surprised that this is also happening, but it's also possible that some people who do want to vote for a candidate and they realize maybe their candidate is not going to go through, then they are like, I mean, why should I go there? After all, I'm not going to make any difference in the election. But even then, one vote counts. It could make a difference. So we are saying that...
Actually, what you're saying, one vote counts because Honorable Macho in Busia, the difference was about 10 to 20 votes.
Actually, I was surprised because in my mind, I knew Macho lost.
No.
So when I saw him today speaking, I was asking, what happened to Macho?
No, Macho...
but you know, his two elections have all been controversial. Even the earlier one.
Even the first one.
Yeah, it ended up in court. But I'm surprised and I'm happy because he's a colleague we worked with. And I'm happy that he made it back to Parliament. So it is always good to be counted that I participated in this election, although I won or I lost, but at least I took part in the election. So I think members of parliament need to pull up on that, because the biggest mistake, that problem that persisted in the just ended parliament was absenteeism, and that's why some of the bills were challenged. That the quorum was not there. And I'm surprised this is also coming up now that they don't even have enough of the space where they are going to permanently sit. I think this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, we just pray that the voting moves on smoothly, because in most cases the campaigning, the voting is always smooth, but when it comes to counting, of course, that's where the tensions go high, and perhaps at times we end up seeing nasty. But this time round, we just pray that
at this moment I'm not expecting anything out of the ordinary, because I think the exercise has been smooth
and transparent,
to a greater extent. So we may not see skirmishes. We are likely to see celebrations and that sort of thing. But I think it is so far so good. The maturity, the transparency. I wish all elections could be conducted like this. I think we would have had a better representation.
The ballot box is very transparent. No one is going to see that there was
staffing. And they opened it before they started, because in the past they used to tell them there is a camera in the box. At least there was no camera. So it is very transparent, I think, to that extent. And I'm seeing that most of what is going to come out will be easily acceptable.
Yeah, and also we're not going to hear of issues that we had voters, people voted who are not supposed to vote, because at least we see they are calling names.
The names, yes.
And in alphabetical order. So MPs are voting one at a time, one after the other, and I believe they also can identify themselves. Yes, this is the rightful MP, this is the right person.
Yeah, I don't know if they know each other, but
no, definitely they should, because they are in parties. Regions, I believe they know each other, because if perhaps you're from a district X, you know that at least even if the district has one constituency, there's the other member of parliament who's a district female member of parliament. Then you also belong in a region, and these people went to school, the same schools. Maybe they have been in the same, they have been in caucuses, they have participated in party activities. So I believe that they should be knowing one another.
Yeah, which will be good. Now, when you look at the population in Kololo today, it also tells you that our parliament is growing in numbers, and I also suspect it will be growing in terms of presentation and discussion, because already I saw the Chief Justice was calling people to order because even when an issue has been ruled on, someone is coming back with the same, and I'm like, I think
you know, my friend Asim as well said, understanding is not compulsory.
It's not compulsory. Neither it's not a human right.
Yeah,
so I think that's also there, that they are young, they're not young, they are new members of parliament who are also to learn how the processes will be working. Of course, it will take them some time, but I hope they will pick up faster, and they will be able to follow the proceedings and have a quality discussion in Parliament.
Yeah, as we can see, we still have empty seats, implying that there are some members of Parliament perhaps who are up to now.
All those who have voted have gone.
All those who have voted and have left the place.
Yeah, that's also possible.
Yeah, but they still need to participate in the election of the Deputy Speaker. So I would think that after election, they should be taking their seats.
It reminds me of an election. There's even a court petition about the same, where you went to a polling station and one candidate had 500 votes. The other candidate had 20.
On other positions.
Yes. Yeah. Then the question is, where did these 500 people go after they have voted?
After voting for the chairman, LOC, and they could not vote for the councillors.
For the councillors. That can also be possible.
Yes.
That they cannot vote for the speaker. They disappear. It's possible.
No, but also they would also need to see the person they have voted in swearing in. It's not like in the general elections where you vote today and you have to wait for 2-3 months for the swearing in ceremony. But here, it's there and then the person assumes office. So you need to know exactly, yes, the person I voted for has either gone through or...
And to me, which is also possible, that the position of the Deputy Speaker could generate more heat than even the Speaker. Because we have there, I don't know if any of the members of the NRM are going to come back as independents. And if that happens, we are going to see a lot of heat. I'm thinking that none of them comes back as an independent, so that the flag bearer will maybe have a smooth ride, given that the numbers, the movement has numbers. But should we have any of the two people, Honorable Tayebwa or Honorable who lost in the
Robina,
yes. Coming back, that can also be another story to look at. But I guess none of those people will be coming back, since the chairman of the party is there. I think they will fear to make that appearance. But we just keep looking at what is happening in Kololo. For viewers who are joining us, the voting is going on of the Speaker of the 11th Parliament and the 3 members of Parliament who have presented themselves, including Honorable Olenya, who was the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Kadaka, the Speaker, Honorable Semuju, and the FDC candidate, who has been
Christine Tubo,
Member of Parliament,
and Narule Asha Aisha Kabada.
Yes, I think we're also seeing that this is the second time FDC is giving it a try. That is in 2011, we saw Honorable Nandala Mafavi, and now in 2021, Semuju Nganda is also giving it a try. So look here. So FDC as a party, I think we also have a feeling that, well, we should also lead the legislature. And also let's look at his nomination. He was nominated by Honorable Sawanyana from the NUP and seconded by Honorable Okia, that is from FDC, and from Soroti. Does that show that perhaps NUP and FDC are working together in this particular cause?
Yeah, given the trend of things, I think there have been those blocks joining together, UPC with the movement, and NUP FDC. Remember?
And where does this leave DP? Because DP is almost silent. We've not heard them say.
John Baptist.
Yeah, politics is all about numbers. And if you don't have numbers, then you're not going to sit on the table of men.
No, but you can make alliances so that you can have the numbers.
But even alliances, you are going to ally with the people given the strength. No one is willing to ally with the weaker person. It needs at least someone who has also the muscle to help to push the agenda. But how many members of parliament does DP have today?
They're about 9.
Yeah, so the numbers are good, but they may not be that mattering in the game of numbers now.
No, but in this particular contest, they actually in a vote count because if there are 500 and you use the 9 voters say, look here, we are backing you up. That is a very good starting point.
But it's also possible that DP has not shown its interest in any alliance. And given the statements and the nature and the behavior of the presidential, the chairman, the president of DP, he seemed not to have given chance to ally with any, like in the past when they were supporting some of the candidates. This time they didn't have any person they were supporting. So I think it's also the conclusion was that, well, I think they have their own things to do and let them do that, but also the package that comes with that support of the political party. Of course, DP has been very strong, especially in Uganda, but you also see the wave taking part, eating in the part of the support of the DP within Uganda. So I think they could be quietly people
Jennifer
independently, but not as a block. They could have some few people supporting one candidate, one
like Honorable Tamaguzi has really made his stand
openly.
Telling us who they actually are going to vote.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So there is also that individual support for the respective political blocks, but I think that they don't have a consolidated plan to support one grouping as in a political party.
Now let's, because we can see the voting exercise is still going on at Kololo, where we expect that immediately after the casting of the votes, then there will be the counting of the votes, and then announcing the winner, and then perhaps being also sworn in so that they can preside over the election of the deputy speaker. And this very much will, the outcome will very much determine the outcome of the deputy speaker.
Exactly.
Yes, because if you're going to have a man for speaker, or if you're going to have a lady for speaker, it means the deputy, perhaps the gender card
has to be addressed. But even the regional block, the regional issue question also has to be addressed. If you are going to say have speaker as Olanya, then maybe you are going to look at Mongi coming in handy. But if you are going to have a speaker as a, because of the regional question, but also the gender question. But if you have a person of Kadaga, then you know the dynamics change. You will have to look for maybe a man, and also from outside the eastern region. So whoever comes in as a speaker is going to determine who the deputy speaker is going to be.
Now let's look, because this is also quite interesting, and unlike eastern region, because other candidates perhaps did not have that much appetite of really taking positions of leadership in the legislature, or deputy and speaker and deputy speaker, because you see, when you look at the eastern, of course they had a candidate for speaker and also a candidate for deputy. Northern Uganda, they only have one candidate, that is for speaker. Western Uganda, they had a candidate that is for deputy, and I think also Central. Of course, Central, they're also showing, just like Eastern Uganda, having a candidate for speaker and also a deputy speaker.
Yeah, for Eastern, I think it's the absence actually of most of the high positions. Remember Northern, which was also an equation, was they already have a Chief Justice. So in fact there was also a very strong argument saying, how can you have a Chief Justice and you're also going to have a speaker? Then does it mean the government is going to one side? But the Eastern, I think they have, if they have a speaker, I think that will be one of the highest positions that they will have within Parliament, but also that they could even provide. Nani, both had also shown interest in the same position, and who else? This time Nandala didn't come on board because at one point he had also expressed interest. The issue of Central has been, especially when it comes to the movement, is the embarrassment that the NUP group ushered in, that put most of the members of movement in Uganda who could have wished to participate,
to participate
in the speaker race. People like Sech Kubo, you remember, at one time had shown interest. People like Sam Kutesa, also the outgoing MP for Nani, had also shown interest. So I suspect it was because of the umbrella embarrassment that was done. Now, Western, I think it was out of the goodwill gesture. Say, look, I think we have already a number of positions even within the government. I think it will be good to consolidate support, especially in the movement. In the absence of opposition, I suspect if people like Winnie Kiza were to be there, maybe the story could have been different. That because for her, she had measured up to a level that you could look at her at a person who could also be interested in the position of the speaker. But with the dwindling support from opposition, then you could not get many people who would be interested. But also that the movement had to consolidate the support for whoever the movement party decided on as the flag bearer.
Now let's look at movement as a party, because we are looking at let's look at the post speaker elections, because you find that you have a divided actually house NRM, especially the caucus that was supposed to participate in the primaries. We have a divided house. So how do they consolidate? How do they reunite the party?
It's going to be a very big challenge, but I trust that the movement has been doing these elections and come out clean. You remember when we had the other elections in Nambole during the delegates conference where Honorable Mbabazi was elected as the Secretary General.
Yes, yes.
We had people like Otafire also contesting. We had people like former Vice President of Kenya also participated, and many others. And people thought
we had also Professor Mshemeza.
Yes, and people thought maybe the party could be split if any of those guys who lost in the election came up to say, we need to form another party. And of course, I told you before that it happened like in Kenya, where you had Ford Asili, but also Ford Kenya forming out of the Ford group. But they steered out well. Honorable Mbabazi became the Secretary General, and he led the party for full term until his term expired. So I guess even this one, they'll still come up with a formula on how to accommodate the losers, including Honorable Kadaga if she loses today, or Honorable Olanya if he loses, and also have a plan to consolidate so that the mistakes that have been made today could be avoided in the future, that by the time you come to that election, there was a clear plan on who will be placed in which positions, in which case cadre development and replacement will be so key in the next, and the next Secretary General of the political party of NRM will have to do a lot of work towards that.
Yeah, of course, you can't talk of the next one. We still have one in place. You maybe can say perhaps it's something she has not been paying attention to. She could pay attention to it so that they can always mentor and also maybe know when and how to communicate to perhaps some leaders, but that maybe we feel that we wish to take you to another place so you can also play another role.
There seem to be this discomfort, especially when it comes to the top leadership of the NRM leadership, let alone the president and the cabinet. But when it comes to the secretariat, the office of the Secretary General, the office of the Chief Whip, the office of those other structures within the political system, the political party system, to the extent that that discomfort has to be ironed out, so that people are to talk for the good of the political party, for the best interests of the political party, that they are speaking in one voice. That's going to help. Maybe there seem to be a lot of centers of power within the political system structures that need to be also addressed, so that we're learning from CCM again, that smooth movement of decisions from the top organ to the branches,
even ANC South Africa.
Exactly, need to be adhered to, so that there is smooth management of affairs. Otherwise, if things were left to go the way they are, you'd find a lot of people are working together fine, but they're a bit uncomfortable with each other. That derails decisions and decision making, but also affects major decisions that are being made. Because today you are hearing people say, why is the Secretary General not supporting Gadaga? Why is Nankabirwa against Gadaga? You know, but these sentiments are coming even from some members of the political party. It means that this kind of discomfort should also be addressed, so that people are speaking in the same. We could be having our own differences as individuals, but the common point, the denominator, is the political party position, the political party interest. That is what should be the benchmark for all the actions that people take in the political party.
Yes, dear viewer, we are still at Kololo, of course, as the voting is still on, and today we shall be having the Speaker of the 11th Parliament.
Yes, we must.
Because we must have the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, and then, of course, now the business, because this is the first sitting of the 11th Parliament. We've had 11th Parliaments. But let's look at, since 1989, we had the NRC, which was chaired by President Yoweri Museveni, as he was the chairman NRC, and by virtue of being chairman NRC, he was the speaker. We had the Alhaji Moses Chigongo, the vice chairperson of NRC, was actually the deputy speaker. We had the Constituent Assembly, which was chaired by Honorable, the late Honorable Wapakabulo. We came to the Parliament, 1996. Yes, it was also chaired by Honorable Wapakabulo, yes, the late, for actually 2 years. And then we saw Francis Ayume also coming on board. Then in 2001, we saw Edward II Chiwanuka, the current vice president. Yes, was speaker up to 2000. Actually, up to 2011. Yeah. Yes, from 2011 we've had Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. So the question is now, who next after? Is she coming back, or we are going to have another person? But also we've seen a precedence of deputies. Yes, we've seen a precedence where really deputies eventually become speakers. I was actually talking to some friend in Tanzania, and he was telling me that precedence is favoring Olanya, and I was asking him why. He says that Anne Makinda and Honorable Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga became speakers of Parliament at the same time, both in Uganda and Tanzania, and making history as the first women to lead the legislature in the two respective countries. So Honorable Anne Makinda, her deputy was Right Honorable Ndugai, actually the current speaker. Yeah. So when Anne Makinda, the CCM said, no, look here, you have to pave way, to give way for another speaker, and then it just Honorable Ndugai came in. And we see this what also NRM is doing, that when they said, look here, Honorable Kadaga, we're not giving you the flag, they gave the flag to the deputy Olanya, and if actually NRM can go by their numbers, then we also see the same scenario that is happening in Tanzania also happening here.
Yeah, but the only thing that the numbers shouldn't also be misused, that you need now to have the harmony within the house, much as what is happening today is that as a result of failure to agree, because this shouldn't have been shouldn't have come this far. Maybe Honorable Olanya or Honorable Kadaga would have been taken on unopposed, but because of the disagreements within the political party, they said, no, let's subject ourselves to an election. And of course, which means in an election you expect a winner and a loser. Now we shall have a winner at the end of the day, and we shall have two losers, especially one loser in the movement, but now an independent or the movement candidate, and then we will have a winner. But it is also important to note that the current speaker, having been a woman, of course also has had its own history as the first woman speaker in Uganda, and I think the greater part of Africa. Also we had the Tanzania, also we had South Africa, we had the either Gabon, one of those countries. Also, a number of female speakers actually have now come up.
We've had a number of female speakers in Congo.
Yes,
female speaker.
Yeah,
currently in Malawi.
Exactly,
they are very fast,
and it's part of the efforts that of Uganda. They also learned from Uganda, and many people have had many female speakers coming on, which was also good because for
and also in Rwanda, the lower house.
Yes.
Yes, around 2000.
Yes, they also got their first
also
female speaker. So it has been good for the affirmative action, but I think the issue of affirmative action over time needs also to be addressed. For how long should the affirmative action be taken on when we're having women who are winning seats in the male constituencies?
Yeah, actually in Rwanda in 2011, yes, they had a female speaker for the lower house.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that also has to be looked at. Are we saying women are still not capable enough to stand on their own even when they are winning positions where literally were a preserve of men? What will happen when one time the women will sweep most of the seats of men? Will there be an affirmative action for men also?
No, because we were talking to colleagues in Rwanda, because there was a time when actually more than 50% of the lower house
yes.
in Rwanda was dominated by women. And we're just joking, so will the men in Rwanda also start asking
for affirmative action? So, and I think in future, we may see the issue of affirmative action of people with disabilities, yes. of the army, of the youth, of the, I think changing, because we would see like elsewhere people coming on us, business communities, people, the farmers, the trade unions forming the bulk of the parliaments, because then these are the other areas of infrastructure, but also productivity, that without their voice, that their voice needs to be heard. Maybe in the future we shall also see that happening.
Well, dear viewer, I just should maybe to take you to Ghana. Actually, when they were electing the speaker, we saw that the exercise flopped 3 times because the tensions were so high,
yeah.
that it took the army to come in so that peace could prevail, and then they could vote peacefully. But we don't think we can get that to that level. We can see the exercise is very, very peaceful. Because in Ghana, when they elected, actually, the first time they were sitting, it really flopped.
Yeah.
They had to go out for consultations. They came back. It failed until the army came in. So that's why we say that really every other time we expect that this. From the look of things,
I think even in Congo, part of the fighting was us during when they were electing.
No, it was during when they were impeaching.
It is actually were impeaching the speaker.
Yes.
They also had to flex. But anyway, so far so good, and we expect that any moment now, the voting will be closing, and there will be vote counting. And then in a short while, we shall also be knowing the results of who will be the next speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda.
Now, let me ask this, because in the event that Oulanya loses, do you see him congratulating Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga, or in the event that Right Honourable Oulanya wins, do you see Right Honourable Kadaga congratulating Oulanya?
I wouldn't think so. For Kadaga to congratulate Oulanya, I will be surprised if that happens, but also it will be a good gesture for her to do so, because I know Honorable Kadaga has a very hot temper, and she may be looking at Oulanya, if she loses, as a traitor, and who would have betrayed her, because she believes that she mentored him. But I would also want to see that if she wins, I also doubt.
But also one would say that Oulanya, on the other hand, would look at as Right Honourable Kadaga as somebody who does not keep her word.
Exactly. So if it happens, and either way, any of them will congratulate the other, it will be good. I will be surprised, but it will be good.
Yeah, such hot contests are always very good. That is in the event that the loser loses gracefully, and the winner is magnanimous in victory.
Yes.
Yes, because that really takes the democracy to another level. So are we just perhaps people are saying no, Kadaga shouldn't have come as an independent, but look here, you never know how it turns out around. Perhaps this could be a moment for us to excel as a country, that we're taking our democracy at a higher level. But whoever wins,
the other issue which we also need to know. Now, in the event that Honorable Kadaga wins the election as an independent, who came on the movement ticket, what happens? Because, and we again, the ruling of the rebel members of parliament, when they were accused of crossing, and yet for them they didn't leave as independents. They remained in the political party, but that their position in the political party was becoming untenable. Now, Honorable Kadaga has more or less crossed the threshold, because you defy the political establishment to which you subscribe. You also now become a member of another political setup, because in parliament we have the independents as a grouping, within the political party. But the law also says once you get to parliament and you cross from the political party that sponsored you into another political party, then your position in the political party does not stand. Now, because your political position your position in the political party cannot stand, it means that even your election cannot stand. No, so someone needs to tell me that. What happens if she wins today?
This is subject to legal interpretation, or the land friends will really help us in interpreting this, because she is the district woman member of parliament Kamuli on NRM
ticket.
She is the second national vice chairperson of NRM, and now contesting as an independent to lead.
What happened to the
second arm?
What happened to the CCM when Nani left?
No, you see, I was talking to some members of from NRM, and they were saying that I mean, their constitution is silent on that, and that is now the dilemma. In other countries, the parties, the constitution is very clear. Yes, the constitution is very clear. Once you don't follow the agreed line, then you are as good as out of the party. But now here, the constitution is silent. I think now that is food for thought for NRM to look at fixing the constitution, so that we don't have such scenarios.
Yeah, because
now if you're a leader from the top organ defying party position, and then moreover on such a sensitive matter, election of the head.
Because what is going to happen tomorrow, there will be another person who will defy the party directive and stand as a president.
On independence?
Yes.
Against
the flag bearer of the president.
Yes, because there is a precedence that brings
exactly.
So I think the party really needs to come out clear on this and really iron it out. The law should be clear.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
because it has been that the movement candidates have flag bearers as for president have been coming unopposed. What will happen that when there will be a debate, an election of the NRM party flag bearer for the president, that time when the election will be held, and the loser will find that he still has the capacity to win, to come as an independent in an election.
Yes.
I think it's something that needs to be, like you said, need to be looked at now to avoid, because this is now a learning area.
A learning experience.
Please, so that tomorrow the same doesn't happen for some of these sensitive areas.
Yes, you know, some say that such contests are referred to as friendly fires, but at times such friendly fires may end up, Yes, sir.
Yeah, friendly fires can be dangerous.
Because this what used to happen in FDC. They used to call it friendly fires,
yes.
friendly exchange. and before could do it, Muntu was already out. With the number of legislators.
Exactly. Yeah. So some of these issues, they may look small, yes, but they need to be looked at and addressed, because that friction does not only affect the party, but also affects the entire life in the country, because there will be people who will be excited about the decisions. There will also be others who will be very annoyed with the decisions. So it is now how the movement itself moves fast to address this issue of dissent within its ranks.
Yeah, the issue of dissent ought to be really managed well, and everything points back to the party's electoral commission. Yes, because some say that perhaps if SEC had given a chance to the caucus to determine the speaker, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But again, judging from what was happening, both Ulanya, the two camps, each camp was determined to go up to the last.
Yes.
To move their aspiration up to the last point. So I think the electoral commission needs to come up, the NRM electoral commission needs to come up with actually a mechanism. Unlike for FDC, where I mean Semijunganda just said I'll be showing up I'll be participating, or I'll be presenting myself, and that was it, because
yes,
there was no any other person from the party who was interested. So in a situation where you have more than 2-3 members from a party, especially a party that has numbers in parliament, where they know that once you're given the flag, you automatically win, then the party should really work on mechanisms that can harmoniously come up with one candidate that will be agreed upon. But let's look at this. Is the contest still between Olanya and Kadaga, or it is NRM versus the rest?
I think the contest still remains between the two. Which is the movement itself. We don't see much happen, even if the speaker was unopposed. Any of the two was fronted unopposed, still would have had no match in the speaker's race, because when you are looking at what the opposition is presenting vis-a-vis what the movement has presented. But of course it is also the general trend of the leadership. We are lucky that, I'm saying lucky because at one point you also need members of opposition who are informed. The opposition which is informed, and the opposition which is nationalistic and patriotic. Because if you are going to have the rough-roughs within the opposition, then you are not going to help in the democratization, the democratic development of the country. But if you have seasoned politicians, you have seasoned personalities in the opposition, they will also help to put the checks and balances on government in power. So we have been lucky at the level of parliament that we have had people who have presented themselves and actually have done a very big role and part in the, especially in the outgoing parliament. We have had people who have been in the opposition and very strong. I was telling someone that I miss people like the Kasese woman MP, because she really, you would see a woman, but her presentation, her position was looking at the national issues of national interest. Well, when the new leader of opposition came in the last time, the most important, popular thing I heard her talking was when she was talking about the sexual offenders bill and the talking about issues of when a person wants to stop the agreement midway. That's one of the things that I heard her talking. But we when we have people, now when you go down in the districts where you have people, chairpersons of the districts who are from opposition, we don't have many people who are really people you could talk about. Like those days you would know of a person of opposition here. We don't have those people. When it comes down to the lower councils of sub-counties, it's even worse. It means the opposition is developing from up, going down, and that's going to take a long time. Muntu had promised us that part of the FDC problem was lack of structures. Yes. And he had really promised people that for him was going to develop structures from down upwards, which would have been a very...
Yeah, but we didn't see this in the elections. in the elections, we really did see it, because at least we should have seen
at least one area.
Because where he could even not, he could not raise councillors.
Exactly.
Where the structures.
Which structures was he talking about?
But what you're raising is also a pattern, because somebody was saying that what we are actually witnessing today is a spillover of SEC and caucus.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, because if it had been concluded well in caucus and SEC, perhaps
wouldn't see this happening.
Wouldn't be seeing this happening. But of course, that is part of democracy. In case you feel that you're not satisfied, then you can now you can face the voters to really decide. Yes, to decide on who exactly is best suited. But we all, from experience or from their credentials, both Olanya and Kadaga really have what it takes to be good speakers. Now let's look at the task ahead for the Speaker of the 11th Parliament.
Yeah, he has to bring together this divided parliament, and the division begins from the political parties, the divisions within the movement, but also he has to stand above the waters, because he's going to be a speaker of a national parliament. The national parliament that has interests both for the ruling government, ruling party, but also for the other minorities. And you can only make a mistake of using your numbers to marshal support, but also to muzzle the opposition. But he or she that comes on has to put that into consideration. Apparently, I think the outgoing speaker had tried to balance that. Although I don't know why people think that she would get a lot of support from opposition, because I know there are members of opposition who also feel betrayed when they were clobbered in Parliament. They expected her to do more than what she did, because later on when the issue came up, if it was necessary for the intervention, because many people believe that Parliament floor is a neutral ground. You can say whatever you say, you can even fight, which is okay, without necessarily hurting others. But when the intruders came in Parliament and raided the Parliament, and that scuffle happened, they expected, I think, her to come out and condemn it. But somehow...
But from what we are seeing from the rest of the continent, because we've seen the army coming in the DRC, in Congo, is when actually the MPs were fighting.
Yeah.
We also saw it in Ghana. We regard Ghana as one of the countries that have grown their democracy, but you see, they almost lost it when it came to election of the speaker.
Yeah,
they had to come in.
The place loses neutrality when you begin threatening life to the level that you are now going for each other's neck. That one goes beyond the what would call it a neutral place.
And that's what some observers say, that if perhaps the ones you're calling intruders in courts, if perhaps they had not come in, these people are capable of going for each other's necks.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
they are coming in one way they came to save lives.
Yeah, because the situation had gone out of hand. So some people were really very cross with her over that they expected her maybe to do more than that. But at the same time, she also having been exposed with the East African legislation system, the African continent, the even universal bodies that she has been on for quite some time as a member of parliament, the Speaker of Parliament had also helped her to grow that capacity. But I'm sure Honorable Olanya is equally good, because he has also been following most of this. The only thing that he may not, if he wins, occupy is the women member of parliament something. There is that Whopper.
Yes. Yeah, but I think.
But I'm told she was also a member of the women member something.
Yeah. So I wanted to maybe let's look at because the contest between Olanya and Kadaga is just not, actually this is the climax, but it started way back, even I think 2-3 years back, and so much that the last year of their term, Olanya has not been seen anywhere sharing parliament. So what now happens, because this needs to be ironed out. You are a member of parliament for a county, for a constituency, you are a speaker or deputy speaker, and perhaps for 1 year you've not chaired parliament, but you equally have not represented your people. Don't you think it is really time that perhaps the speaker, once you elected speaker and deputy speaker, you relinquish, in other words, yes, you relinquish your parliamentary position, so that that constituency is not denied somebody who can legislate on their behalf?
We had in Mbale during the CA, when late Wapa lost the election
to Masika. Yes.
And but then he was nominated by the president, and
he was among the special nominees.
Yes, and he became the Speaker of Parliament.
Actually, the chairman.
The chairman, of Constituent Assembly,
yes.
And the municipality had a representative.
Somebody did not lose out.
Exactly, had 2 representatives for that matter. Now, and this is what many actors are pushing. Not only the speaker. When you become a minister, for example, you have been elected from a constituency, and you have become a minister, you have become a vice president, you have become a prime minister for that matter. When will you have time to do the work of your constituency? And if you are going to do the work of your constituency, are you not going to be so privileged that you'll use your office to do the work which an ordinary MP, and you'll be measured against a fellow MP in the next constituency?
No, I think when it comes to ministers, that is a little bit tricky, because in Kenya they have a similar constitution, where if you are a cabinet secretary, you're not supposed to be, you cease being a member of parliament. But among the recommendations of BBI is they want to go back to the old system, where a member of parliament can equally serve as minister. Their argument is that, of course, when you are sacked, you have nowhere to begin from.
Yeah, then make sure you're not sacked.
And this also reminds me,
because but I think not cutting you short, that's being unfair, and this being being selfish. For a permanent secretary of a ministry, if he's sacked, what does he or she do?
There is a process. A permanent secretary, you're not going to wake up one day and but you see with the cabinet positions, even you could be at a function and they are announcing it.
Then you make a law that will support you as a permanent, as a minister, that you are not sacked.
And of course now you're not going to make a law because you are now out. You're not part of the legislature. So you can see now Kenya, they are reversing it because of that. And in Dodoma, there are those government houses that were meant to be occupied by ministers and others, but you see the particular houses that are meant to be occupied by houses, they were empty, And when the late Magufuli was saying, why are you scared of it? He said, my dear, I could move my family before the next year I'm sacked.
Yes, and you have to leave the house.
You have to leave the house.
Yeah, that's also true.
So I think that really becomes a serious issue. When it comes to the cabinet, to cabinet positions, I think for now they can serve as both.
The problem is that this person will not do both effectively, because if I'm the minister of roads, then I'll make sure, by default, my constituency expects that all roads in that constituency have to be done. What about the rest of the country? Because you are not a minister for your constituency, but you are from your constituency. If I'm a Cheng, then I'll make sure that most of my health centers, because they have an election to win the next election. What about the rest of the country? So that also needs to be addressed. Much as you can be a minister and a member of parliament, then what happens for those members of parliament who are not ministers? I think there must be the benefits, but also limited. Of course, I know now today members of the cabinet don't get special salaries. They only earn their salaries as members of parliament. They also, but they get some allowances when they travel. They have fuel. They have vehicles. Those are extra ropings that they have. But still, they are better off than most of the members of parliament. So they have these privileges that can help them at least win the next election. But maybe it is not also true, because some of them, even with those privileges,
they end up losing.
They end up losing elections.
Yes, still tuned to UBC, and the voting is still on at Kololo, and any time from now, of course, we shall be seeing the voting stopping, or perhaps an end to the voting, and then counting is of the casted votes, and then we shall get to know who is our speaker of the 11th parliament. That is very, very key, and that is very, very important. We need to know who's going to lead the second arm of government, and this is why it is a very historical and an important exercise for everyone. We can see Honorable, is it Semuju?
Semuju,
yes.
Yeah.
I hope he has remembered to vote for himself.
It's also possible that he could vote for some other person.
Yeah, because we remember Honorable, we remember Ambassador Honorable Dr. Olarotun failing to vote for himself. But again, I think every democracy grows, every experience, and I really, looking at the other side of the coin, Kadaga competing with Olanya is also very healthy for our democracy. Yes, because there are a number of issues now that are actually now learning experiences. They are eye openers that need to be worked on. Because somebody was telling me that most countries in Africa, especially from the Anglophone, during independence in the 60s, one was the head of government or head of state, like president, when you are actually also a member of parliament. Why? Yes. Because it was the legislature, the National Assembly, that would elect the president or the prime minister. So you had to first be a member of the legislature.
I have been hearing people talk of what happens if the next system will pick the president instead of having the universal adult suffrage.
Yeah, okay, like we had in 1980.
Exactly.
The party with the majority member.
Yes, and I was telling them it is very possible, and it is provided for. It is not in our constitution, fine, but the parliament can sit down and say, look, we can shift from the presidential system, where the president will have to go out look for votes, into a parliamentary system, and we can have a referendum, which is provided for in our constitution, that we decide, do we still need to remain in the presidential system, or we can use the parliamentary system. And maybe Ugandans can say, look, we don't need to waste all that time and money for the president to move all across the country looking for votes, and later on we hear there is rigging, there is what. Let's have the electoral college as parliament. And for me, I will not even have a problem if we have members of parliament being elected through colleges, that we have people from one village to a sub-county, to a county, sitting down and saying no, because it has ever happened.
Yeah, the district members of parliament.
Exactly.
The district member of parliament were actually before 1996.
Exactly.
No, actually, no, even 1996 were electoral colleges.
Yes.
In 1996, even 2001.
Yeah.
They elected through electoral colleges.
Yeah, because my problem is that when we use this everybody voting, sometimes the people that we get, really, because there's also that reasoning that, no, look, when we use electoral colleges, it is very easy to compromise the people in the electoral college. Fine. But it's also that not easy to compromise people who have been selected and are people that we can trust, that they can be able to represent us. And by that time, you are looking at the Hansard and you are looking at the debate of those guys who were elected through the electoral colleges. Were you strong debaters, man? But today, where you have some warag drinkers sitting down and amongst themselves, oh no, I think that there's a problem. So we have the presidential system, which is an agreeable system, but also we have a parliamentary system which can also be agreeable upon. Some people reason that when you have a parliamentary system, then you need an executive prime minister. Doesn't matter.
You can still have a president.
Yes, you can still have
just
a
like
president.
we had in 1980.
Exactly. Yes. You still can have a president, an executive president, and he will be as good as having the president who is elected through the universal suffrage. Or, if you want, still you can have a prime minister who can be the executive prime minister, but also have a president like they have in India, they have in now your friends here in Ethiopia, and even, by the way, South Africa. South Africa is parliament that elects the president, but there's an executive president. So it is a matter of sitting down and agreeing on which system works better in our environment.
And you know, also the system in South Africa, also I find it also at times interesting that it is the party that nominates members of parliament, especially in particular in areas where they have won.
Yes.
Yes, they say, well, I think this constituency went to CCM and therefore we are nominating Muftuta.
Yes.
To be, and also in most countries, I think apart from Uganda, they have special nominees.
The president
on the format of proportional representation. That depending on your performance at presidential level, you will nominate such a number, additional number of members of parliament.
Yeah.
To the National Assembly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Maloma has a number of people in the South African Parliament, because he has a number of the quota that he's entitled to elect as a member of us as a leader of opposition to have in Parliament. And actually, you know, that's what, like one thing I was telling you, that opposition here is still very weak. Sometimes they are not looking at the national issues; they are looking at personal things. They don't seem to focus a lot of, because we would sit down and have an argument in Parliament, say the president is entitled to the nomination of a number of ex-officials in Parliament. Can't the opposition also have the liberty to have at least the leading opposition in Parliament have a liberty to at least nominate a few, 1 or 2, 3 members of Parliament as it's run outside the Parliament? And I'm sure such a discussion would be very crucial in Parliament.
Now, in terms of regional integration and perhaps Pan-Africanism, we find that the 11th Parliament next year will be voting our 9 members of the East African Legislative Assembly. And, and I don't see anything changing. Of course, NRM will maintain the 6, two to the opposition and one for the independents. They also have a duty to elect amongst themselves Uganda's MPs to the Pan-African Parliament. So the difference here is that...
And I think it's the same, that will also elect members to the East African Parliament.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the East African Legislative, that is next year.
Yes.
In 2022, the 9 members, the East African Legislative Assembly, where normally NRM as well is taken 6 slots. Then the 2 slots go to the opposition and 1 slot goes to the independents. But also, they'll have to choose amongst themselves Uganda's representatives to the Pan-African
Parliament. Yes.
Yeah. So that is the task that lies ahead on matters of regional integration and Pan-Africanism.
Yeah. I think I don't know why they decide amongst themselves to have the election of the Pan-African Parliament. I would have also would have wished that, like they do with the East African Parliament, that you can even elect members who are not in Parliament to go to the East African Parliament. I think it would also be prudent that they could also elect some people from outside Parliament to go to the Pan-African Parliament. Well, one would say the decisions that are made in that parliament are mainly intergovernmental. So they need, they need to realign the positions of the respective governments
of the National Assembly.
Yes.
And also they need that whatever is discussed is easily maybe discussed, discussed back, maybe signed, ratified, and perhaps domesticated.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that the process is made easier.
Yeah, but still you could have a process that these members of the parliament periodically come back to appraise the home parliament on the issues that are transpiring in the Pan-African Parliament. Because I think there is that disconnect which I live and I really admire, that I see that synergy between this the African Parliament and the local parliaments on the continent. Especially like now, the African Parliament and the East African Parliament. What is the synergy? In fact, I would be more comfortable if members of the Pan-African Parliament were elected by the East African Parliament, so that the respective blocks, the 5 blocks of the African continent, have members of parliament going to the African Parliament.
Yeah, but that would reduce on the numbers, because each country, I believe, sends about 5. If we have 54 countries, that means times the 5. Those are the members of the Pan-African Parliament.
No wonder
which is not actually full-time.
No wonder the efficacy also becomes a problem.
Yeah, so but when it comes to the East African Legislative Assemblies, that it is a full-time arrangement, is that you are voted by Parliament. You're voted by Parliament from your respective parties, and you represent a country for 5 years, and I believe their term of office ends in 2022. Yeah, that's when we should perhaps, as Uganda and of course the rest of the countries.
Do you need these full-time members of Parliament? Because I think that's another discussion for another day. But China, for example, with its growing economy, with its muscle, members of Parliament meet once. And these people go back to their farms, go back to their factories, go back to wherever they came from. But they take decisions that are going to drive the country in the next 5 years. And then they leave the technical people to work on the issues that they have decided. I think that's such a working good, because the other time I was passing through Parliament and I found there 20, actually National Theatre, I found there 20 buses parked. 20 buses. Even if it were a school of 500 students like now Parliament is going to have, do you need 20 buses to be taking these children for science fair, for football? No, definitely. So I think also the way we plan our activities in Africa needs also to be readied. adjusted to feel that we are moving fine, but we also needed to move smart. Anyway,
like President Museveni has already said, in Africa, our problems are more of social than technological. That every community will also will have some sense of satisfaction if they have their own, and that is why you see we have a number of constituencies now. The IC now also have that sense of satisfaction that at least they have their own being represented. I like when they were part of Kabong and so on, that you'd find that they didn't have a direct representation. Still, when it comes to special interest groups, so that has always been his explanation, that for now, people must feel that they are part of the system, they are part of the leadership, they have their own. Whether their own is really doing anything that empowers them, that is advancing their welfare, is another issue. But at least they have that satisfaction that one of ours, one of our own, is also.
But is the the financial hemorrhage that comes with that is also a lot. That the money that would have gone for a lot of things that would happen being put in the administration, and it takes a lot of money. But like anyway, it is said it's a growing democracy. But maybe in the future, some of these issues need to be really addressed.
Yeah, and somebody telling us that this is a very, very historic election exercise, because it is one of the most expensive elections of the speaker we've had, I think, since independence.
Yeah, because of the high stakes. People want it is a do or die. In which case, then a lot of money will have to be pushed in. Apparently, I don't know why we have this issue of money in the elections. One thought that maybe at one point Parliament will pass a law curtailing expenditures of members of Parliament and other elected officials from the use of a lot of money in politics. Now, when you see this happen at Parliament, then trust me, you rather give up that thinking.
Yes. But monetization of politics, monetization of elections, actually, yes. I think in Uganda we are really getting to another level, that now it is the game of the rich. If you have no money, you have no business. Yes. Going into politics.
It's going to be even more competitive in the future, when now people know when you go to Parliament, you have money. And when you spending more than 500 million going for a position of a member of Parliament or a chairman of a district.
And spending more than 2 billion vying for the position of speaker.
Exactly. How do you get back this money? I try to imagine what happens so that you have to get this money. No wonder I think we see a lot of things like when Mama Suluhu was the vice president, and actually when she still was a minister in the presidency, she was telling the men counterparts of Zanzibar that Zanzibar will not develop until you stop cutting deals and concentrate on representing the people. Because these guys, they are interested in cutting deals according to her, but forgetting the people they represent. Because really, if you have spent your billions, you have to cut deals to make sure that you earn back your money. Otherwise, if you are not going to be involved in deals, you are not going to recoup this money. And no wonder we are seeing this happen even in our African parliaments. People are always cutting deals, and that is putting us at a very weird position when it comes to democratic development and democratic credentials on the continent.
And actually, this also cuts across political parties. That when even we're having elections for SEC members, one of the losers, whom I'm not going to mention, says had spent actually something close to $1 billion.
And you pay me back?
And he lost the election. We've also seen this in FDC and other parties. When every other time they're coming up with elections for their president, at the end of the day, you hear that somebody has used $1 billion. Now I wonder why you'd surely spend 500 billion or 1 billion dying to become a chairman or president of an opposition party.
The problem, I think, comes in again. It is the issue of the monkey and the forest. You cannot tell members of parliament to pass a law that will criminalize the monetization of elections, because if you do so, people will be elected on merit. What about those guys who cannot merit? I think we go back to Kololo.
We go back to Kololo, where the Chief Justice and of course one who is chairing the first sitting of the first sitting of the 11th Parliament, yes, is taking place.
I do not see anyone coming. If there's anyone who has not voted...
We are sorry for that delay for the sound. We'll be coming to you anytime the sound issue is addressed back in Kololo.
Because when I close the voting, we will not reopen. I repeat, upon closure of the voting process, there will be no reopening of the process. So I'm asking for the last time, if you are here in the House as a member of Parliament and you've not voted, this is an opportunity for you to come forward. It is evident that every member of Parliament in the House who desires to vote has voted. That being so, the casting of ballots is hereby closed. We'll go into the next process of determining the outcome of the vote. Hold on. The Clerk to Parliament and the Chief Registrar of the Courts of Judicature will, assisted by the parliamentary officials, go through the process of determining how many votes were cast for each of the candidates and also how many votes were wrongfully cast, meaning they're spoiled. Then they'll make a report and I will announce. So can the Madam Clerk and the Chief Registrar take charge of that process in the presence of the agents.
You're for Kadaga, you're for Zemoji. Yes.
Okay.
Let me hold it for you.
Who is
Olanya? Who is Olanya? Come here. Kadaga.
You're too far.
Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya.
No, it is Olanya Kadaga. This one is invalid.
Yes.
It is Olanya Kadaga.
Olanya. Olanya. Jacob. Jacob Olanya. Jacob O. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Semuju. Kadaga.
Order in the house.
Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Jacob O. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Jacob O. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya.
Kadaga. Is it on?
That's the guy on mic.
Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Semuju. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Semuju. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Jacob. Olanya. Jacob. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Semuju. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Semuju. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Semuju. Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Semuju. Olanya. Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Olanya. Kadaga. Rebecca. Kadaga. Kadaga.
Kadaga. Yeah, that's Kadaga. No,
That's no name.
Kadaga.
What does Kadaga?
How?
We
can ask the judge to tell us that name is not Kadaga.
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 The person never took any name.
It's Kadaga.
It is Kadaga.
How? Where is K? Where is D? It's three letters.
The ones you cannot easily determine, put them aside. Will resolve after you've counted the others. After you've
Olanya.
named the others, yes.
Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Jacob. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Semuju. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Jacob. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Jacob O. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Jacob. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Even this one. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Semju. Olanya. Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. 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 Olanya. Semju. Kadaga. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Jacob. Kadaga. 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 Semju. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. 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 Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya. Olanya. Kadaga. Olanya, Kadaga, 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 Olanya, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Olanya,
We get the second person.
Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, 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 Olanya, Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, 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 Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Semuju, Kadaga, Olanya, Olanya, Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Semuju, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, behind, just foot behind, Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Olanya, behind, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Olanya, Olanya, Kadaga, Kadaga, Olanya, 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 Kadaga, 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 Olanya, 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 Kadaga, Jacob, Olanya, Kadaga, Olanya, Kadaga, Kadaga, Rebecca, Kadaga, Semuju, Olanya, no. Olanya, Olanya,
oyo gwe bagambye kunamuyita mbongo bamuwadde oledi mukabawo naffe batuwakanyita mbongo babadde confused.
This is Kadaga, honestly.
Okay.
Kadaga.
Omuntu awandiika atya ng'enku.
Olanya
Tulinde tubale.
In the open.
It's open.
Esther Nadunga, wherever you are, please, we need the tally sheets.
Let's go. Start with the list.
With the list?
Yeah.
So we are counting for Honorable Semujunganda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Agoro.
We are counting for Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 167, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 189, 88, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197. We now count for Honorable Ulanyi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199.
Order, honorable members, order.
200. 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250. 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302,
Order.
303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310.
The declaration forms. You have to write and indicate your votes officially.
The rest for speakership for 2021 and for the 11th Parliament specifically is over now. And as things are, the breaking news is that the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya Lokori is the winner with 310 votes, followed by outgoing now former Speaker of Parliament Rebecca Litwala Kadaga with 197 votes, and Ibrahim Semjonganda of the FDC also managing 15 votes for this particular election year. We just now wait to hear the presiding judge, the Chief Justice Alfonso Wenyedolo, who very shortly should be declaring and announcing the winner officially. Then what happens is that now Jacob Olanya will take on the hymns of the Speaker of Parliament and will now chair the session that is going to again oversee the election of the Deputy Speaker. Four candidates also now getting ready for this particular exercise. From the look of things, you notice that 310 for Jacob Olanya, 197 for Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, 15 for Samjunganda, brings the total to 522 members of parliament of the 529. Now that literally simply means that about 7 members of parliament have not participated or voted on this particular day. So we wait to see as Olanya is being crowned the Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda.
Hello, 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 hello. Your lordship, people are spreading corona. Disperse that group. Get away. Your lordship, I don't want to interfere in your work, but I want to report that people are spreading corona. Get away, please. You are going to kill the new speaker. He will die. What will you do? Your lordship, sorry to come in, but I am acting Minister of Health.
We spend so much time going from store to store searching for quality products at the last price. But I've got the solution for you. Go to the Jumia app and choose from over 5 million products already available at the last price.
It's painful.
Honorable member.
My lord.
In addition, I agree with you that non-members must leave the house. But similarly, I ask members of this house to act in a responsible and mature manner and to understand the purpose for which we are here.
My lord, we shall follow your command and we shall have the discipline. But non-members have to extinguish.
No, I've already made a ruling on that. Can we have non-members, please?
My lord, further procedure.
Honorable Gilbert Olenya, this is not a marketplace.
Further procedure, read, my lord.
When the chair is speaking, you do not raise. Let us finish one thing at a time. That there are non-members who are reportedly in the house, please leave the house for members of parliament. Let us resolve this. I will not permit any irresponsible course of action. Honorable Cecilia, please, let's finish this. You can raise 1,000 procedural matters, but let us resolve this. It's not about hearing you, it's about solving issues. So can we have the first matter which has been raised dealt with? Sergeant at Arms, can you identify those who are non-members who do not have the courtesy to leave by themselves, thrown out of the house?
Askari wote ambako wako nyuma mtoke huko muje upande huu au mwende pale nje. Nasikia? All soldiers get out of the tent. Go either behind the other fence or this side. Okay? They are also busy bodies. Mtoke huko. Toka. Okay, so what is his man? The other man from Sewung now, your allergy is treated. Because Sewung is allergic. He's allergic to SFC. Sorry, your lordship. I came in as a volunteer to help.
Yes, Honorable Cecilia. I've allowed Honorable Cecilia, she has the floor. What is the procedural point? Have you pressed it on? Press down there. Oh, they're disconnected. Please put the public address system back. Honorable Cecilia, just a moment. If anyone thinks it's more important than others in this parliament, the next time I'm going to order him or her to be thrown out. There is a limit to sensibility.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we need to thank God for what has just happened so peacefully. And I think we need to appreciate what the President has just said. I stand here to make a request on behalf of the outgoing Speaker of Parliament, who has requested to be given 1 or 2 minutes to say a word. And I don't know, Chair, whether it will be done
we have not yet,
before or after.
Honorable Cecilia, we've gone through a process of electing a speaker. People have cast ballots.
We've cut and reduced our MTN Momo withdrawal rates. Now you can
Yes, Madam Clerk of Parliament. I am reading from the results declaration form for the election of the Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, which is being held this 24th day of May 2021. Olanya Jacob Lokori, 310 votes. Kadaga Rebecca Alitwala, 197 votes. Semuju Ibrahim Nganda, 15 votes. The total number of votes cast were 524. valid ones were 522. There were 2 invalid votes cast. One of your members chose both Kadaga and Olanya, so wrote both names. So there's no provision for having 2 speakers of parliament. You can only have 1, so that one. And then the other one wrote a name of a person who was a stranger to the contest, who did not stand. So these were 2. Therefore, Honorable Jacob Lokore Olanya has obtained the majority votes of 310 votes. I therefore now declare Honorable Jacob Lokore Olanya, who has obtained 310 votes cast, as the Speaker-elect of the 11th Parliament of Uganda.
Item 9 on the order paper, remarks by His Lordship the Chief Justice.
Shakiba, Shakiba.